Wow. Before the first minute, there's two in the house listening in. Hello and good evening from sunny Spain. Although this time of day, 8:26, is not so sunny. Oh, now there's one. Oh dear. Where'd they go? Get them back in. Is it the same person with two devices? Is it somebody jumping on panel? Is it somebody going to tell their friend? What's happening? Who's this one listening at the moment? How's the sound check? Checking the sound. How is the sound? Oh, look, is that the one that just left? Is this person gonna send a message? Are we gonna start chatting? What's going on? The two people listening so far. Not even third minute in. How many words have I said? So let's continue. Have you seen any of the videos I've made today? I've made a few more, but the last three that I've tried making, there was rude interruptions. And the third one that I'm making, the freaking battery died. How fucking typical is that? Well, let me tell you about today, because today's been a unique, very special, very, very special day today. Yes, yes, fitness after 60, bringing in the five in the house. There's five in the house, five in the house. Wickety wicked. What are you doing, fitness after 60? Are you busy? Are you up for a chat? It's been a while since we last chatted. Wow, look at that. There's eight coming into the chat now. Eight listening in for the 8 hour here in Spain. It's nighttime. It's 55 Fahrenheit. Sorry, 52 Fahrenheit outside. It's 55 Fahrenheit inside my tent. I'm very comfortable, to say the least. I've got food in my belly. I'm food for tomorrow. Can't come up right now. So what's this then? Fitness after 60. If you were with clients, you'd say quite clearly that you're with clients. So I'm presuming you're with your better half. Hello, Mrs. Fitness after 60. Nice, nice. If you're listening in, hello. My name is Steve. Psst. What are you looking for, cat? Come and say hello. Don't just come with cat burgling. There ain't nothing available for you. I've got it all under metal containers. Wow, lost two people already. Oh dear, not doing very well. Back up to seven. These people just flashing in and out of the chat. Yeah, are they like? What are they doing? Are they like short circuiting or what? What's the story? Wow, I'm gobsmacked. Fitness after 60. No clients on a Sunday. I do say, is it a day off or is that just today? Do you normally have clients on a Sunday? It's 8:30. You do realize that I realized that I was going live at 2024. Yeah, it's 2030 now, and there's seven people. Lurkers, lurkers. I hope you're feeling guilty, you lurkers, lurking in the background. All six of you, and the seven they've come in and not said hello. Lurkers, what are you lurking for? Hit that live chat. Come and say hello. Get rid of them. bully them, like, yeah, bully the lurkers. Ah. But anyway, lurkers, if you don't know about the live chat, yeah, have a look at your YouTube menu, right? And you'll see a strip of things, right? And it's like clip, share, and live chat, right? If you hit that live chat, it's free. Yeah, and you can see what people are chatting about in the comments, and you can even write messages. It's all real cool. I like this YouTube. I found it 2 years ago. Wickety wicked, the real men are coming in force. The men are coming in force. There's four of us. This is like the four musketeers. We have Fitness After 60, T1, and Purple Aki. Good afternoon, good evening, and hello, gentlemen. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? It's been a very mad day, as to speak. So I went and joined a good friend of ours over in Michigan, Detroit, without leaving Spain. But he made me very comfortable during his live stream. We had a couple of people joining panels, and it was very beautiful experience and very entertaining. I don't know if T1 caught up with the live stream with Merce City Maniac this morning. T1, did you T1? I don't know. Yes, 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 Belfast finest. What's happening, Belfast finest? It's nice to see a bit of the Irish spirit in the chat there, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to see a bit of the Irish. Big up the Irish worldwide. We are the greatest and the most outgoing, outrageous folk on this planet. A lot of us Irish can't stand another Irish because we're too alike. So we put great distances between us, or we're better that way. But anyway, it's 2033. There's 8 people listening in. What's happening? We've got 4 of us, 5 of us joining in. Belfast finest, Purple Aki, T1, and Fitness After 60. Now we're all in different parts of the world. I do believe Purple Aki is in the UK, T1's in Scotland, Belfast finest, evidently Ireland, the north side of it. Happy days, keeping it real. And I'm in Spain. Fitness After 60, did I say, is in New York City. So we're quite an international bunch of men gathering here so far. Oh dear, I'm not holding the numbers. I hope the 4 or 5 men that are in the chat, 5 men that are in the chat. I hope you're still there. Darren is down 5 already. I've lost the people of the chat. Where are they going? Get them back here. Reel them back in. Gale force winds, feckin' heck, man. Batten down your roofs. Do you get me? Yeah. Like close your curtains, protect your windows, and make sure the table is clear, just in case you have to get under the table. If it turns from gale force to tornadoes or hurricanes, you'll want an empty table. Trust, it's in the survival book. Although I think that survival book might be out of date. Mm. My lord, throughout the northern hemispheres of England and Scotland, Ireland, them's getting very strong winds. Is anybody farting? And like, where does the wind originate when it, by the time it gets to like Scotland and friggin' Northern Ireland? Where does the wind come from? Is it coming from the Vikings? Is it what the Vikings have been farting after the Christmas and their New Year celebration? Huh? Is that what's hitting Northern Ireland and Scotland right now? Or is it coming from the Americas? Or is it coming from the Eskimo lands? Hmm? It's coming from the jet stream. What? All the airplanes? You mean like all them airplanes, like Concords and all them stuff, Spitfires and all them whatnot? All the streams left from them, all the like people carriers, like airplane stuff. So can we blame like Aer Lingus and Ryanair for like these jet streams? This affected Scotland and Northern Ireland right now. Well, funny enough, there is not even a breeze right now, Belfast finest. There's a little bit of cloud in the sky, It's like 55 Fahrenheit. You can do your mathematics and convert that into Celsius. I can't be bothered, but I think it's about like 12 Celsius, maybe even 15 Celsius. He's got 24 Fahrenheit, so I got more than double the temperature of what Fitness After 60's got right now. So that's a good thing, huh? Not saying I'm up on fitness on anything, but I have got like more than double his temperature. I've got 55 Fahrenheit inside. I don't know what that is in Celsius, but it's 8:36 in the evening, and I've had a mad, mad day. Not only I was on being entertained and sharing my adventure with a motorcycle maniac, yeah, and his friends and family, but I went walking to the city looking for this second-hand market. My lord, was I in the wrong direction of the town? I ended up getting to the market way too late. Yeah, I mean, 20 past 2, and it was like there was nobody there. Nobody there. It was gone. They finished at 2 o'clock, and it was like skeleton ground. No signs of anybody hanging around from a market, second-hand market sort of thing. Now, for me, that not only did it change environments from last time I was here, going to those markets, it's totally changed this location. But now I'm prepared for 2 weeks' time. But on the walk home, I was meeting people along the path, having a great adventure, stumbling along the way. Bumbled into what appears to be like maybe a wedding in the big towns. There was a public square, and they had entertainment, and the fireworks had been popping for 3 or 4 days. So I finally found out what the fireworks was all for. So happy days, yeah. Get there earlier next time. Might be a chance of eating some food. You know, happy days, yeah. So we'll see next time. We'll go chasing them fireworks. Happy days. So we came back carrying our heavy things, like unsuccessful, like surviving on chocolates and biscuits all day, and literally a bite full of cheese I had left, goat's cheese, very good cheese. So that was all good, and coffee. Yeah, I've had 2 coffees today, and some water. I've just got back and had a cup of milk and cookies, and I've discovered this thing like, why buy cereal for €4 when I can buy like 3 packets of biscuits for €4, or even more packets, and every like, and milk, yeah. So 2 packets of liters of milk and 2 packets of biscuits for €4, for example, right? So I could do that, and that's like 4 meals. That's like 4 snacky meals. Do you get me? Yeah, and that's cheaper than 1 box of cereal without milk. So yeah, happy days. Just be selective about your biscuits. That's what I reckon. Anyways, so yeah, that's all good. And I've just come back now and had a tin of tuna and some bread. So that was good. And then one of the neighbors just arrived and said, "Yeah, Steve, here's a bit of food for you." So I've got a big bag of pasta, a couple of eggs, a tin of asparagus, a bit of cheese, a banana, a kiwi fruit, an apple, and wow, I'm excited for tomorrow. And some brown bread. Yeah, so I'm excited for tomorrow. Wow, it's been an adventure, and it's just really beautiful being in the right place, right time. Happy days. Hmm. And like I said, meeting people along the way, very important, very very important for I want to be in this area to make my food garden, fruit and vegetables. I want to be here making trees. I want to see myself in about 5 years' time walking with 20, 30 goats and a good garden and lots of trees and plenty of water on my mountain. And to be able to walk from here to there is not much. You know, it's a day's walk, carrying a heavy luggage for camping environment, a few days camping environment. That's what I learned last year. And T1 was there witnessing it, Belfast finest, Purple Aki. Those fine gentlemen was there with us last year, Fitness After 60. witnessing what I went through. And yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. I wanted to address that earlier, but I had a dead battery. Yeah. I wanted to address that earlier. What happened to me from like I was in a conversation with a Motor City Maniac earlier, and he's experienced giving sanctuary to somebody that they met from YouTube, and he took sanctuary from with folk when he experienced a storm last year. I do believe it was last year, and yeah, it works both ways. It's not for me to discuss if Motor City Maniac ever comes back to our chat. I hope he joined me panel and he'll talk openly without, like disclosing personal names and stuff, getting personal with his experiences. But like to be able to talk clearly about his experience, because I've experienced the same. Allowing two YouTubers to my environment. Those two people thought that they were coming in to muscle in and take over what I do. And both of those peoples are dark money and sort of business orientated, failed business orientated folks of a much older class than myself, and total different walks of life and totally different perspectives of life and expectations within life. And I learned this, but those people's went vicious, spiteful, and malicious with it. That's okay. That's normal. Like no man likes to be proved wrong. But one thing I'd like to share with people is twice these peoples have tried muscling in with me. They've tried making out that I'm this aggressive, horrible, violent person. Yeah. But how is it? If I walk away from these people, how is that a violent or even a bad thing? Now, the last person, okay, I allowed 2 days. That was how much distance I put between myself and that person. 2 days. Within that 2 days, I had an adventure, refreshed myself, walked back to my home, which was nearly 50 kilometers away, with my three dogs, climbing over those mountains, and we got home in about time of about 9 hours. We got there, and it was good. Carrying a heavy rucksack for a camping experience. I know that walk home. Hmm? So do me dog. And coincidentally, Grizzles is looking in that direction right now. Captain Jack's panned out next to me to the left of me. Yep. He's getting ready for my feet to be put in that position. So then we can enjoy each other's body. He'll enjoy my feet and I'll enjoy him. He's free to sleep wherever he likes. So same as Grizzles, but Grizzles likes to sleep outside. He's got a nice blanket and a cushion. And Grizzles, Captain Jack likes to sleep on my bed. Simple as. Yep. We allow the cats and dogs from the community come and join us if they want. My bed's big. We've got a big space. We've changed it around the last few days. We changed it around. That was all good. Big adventure. So happy, happy days. So no volunteers for coming onto chat yet. Nobody backstage. My battery hasn't died yet. I'm not sure if it's charging, but this is why I'm not using my camera because I've got a low battery. Thank you, T1, for posting my PayPal and email contact details. This is a good thing about what I see there. This is my email address, which will take you to me to me PayPal. Yep, it's not a very busy PayPal. I've received €10 since the 4th of December, I do believe. No, sorry, no, sorry, because about a month ago, T1 sent me €20, so I must be wrong there. I must be thinking, yeah, of something else. But yeah, the PayPal's never been a very busy thing on this channel, and it's never been an important thing. You know, the nice gestures that come from people, you know, like happy days. You know, I see a lot of people's, you know, like I see them, they frown upon me having me PayPal mentioned. They call me a bag for using people's, you know. I don't demand from people's. I don't expect from people's. You know, it embarrasses me that, in actual fact, that strangers want to send me support, encourage me, buy me a dinner, buy me this, buy me that. You know, like I don't know. But I see that it's very common throughout these social medias. Very, very common. So I thank the good peoples. You know, seriously. And in future times, progressive times, I know people who said, Steve, you know, it's here and now. Yeah, here and now. Don't worry about it. It's here and now. But I'm a positive, progressive thinker. You know, I'm a progressive, positive thinker. So I'm thinking of my next 45 years. I'm thinking of the opportunities, you know, like for the next 45 years and beyond. If I can make a nice impression, you get me, yeah, from living the good things that I've lived, and I can incorporate all of that, then happy days. And tenner a spanner, cheapers from that fella that's asking for a spanner. That fella owes me 70 grand. Yesterday, I gave that debt collector away. I gave that 70 grand that that fella owes me. I gave that debt away. If the man wants to go and collect that debt, he's more than welcome. I don't want nothing from that fellas. It don't matter how much that fella's offering for a spanner. Yeah, that fella can offer me fucking £100 a day to stay in my chat without being timed out or blocked. You get me? Yeah, that's what that fella can be paying for. Mm. What's the Euro Millions for Friday or for Thursday? What day's the Euro Million, Joe? Because that's how much he'll have to pay for a spanner for 24 hours. You know, every time I see that name, I think of that song that goes something like "Cry me a river," and then it goes like "Don't go chasing waterfalls," and then it's like "The fire and fry, see him again to the 4th of July." Yeah, and then I think of a Guy Fawkes. Yeah, and then it's all like "Burn, bitch, burn." Yeah, it's happy days. Yeah. How's your digital trolling army of 200 going? I mean, seriously, yeah. I mean, like with that character, you don't know if he's a fucking clone of the Agent Smiths within the Matrix, or whether he's a freaking ogre or freaking troll army from fucking The Hobbit. Do you get me? Hmm? I mean, seriously now. I can show you the embarrassment of an example of how that fella talks, yeah, and how people like encourage and include this individual for like sickness of winding people up, upsetting people, and making a complete ugliness of everything good and beautiful. I mean, seriously now, it's surprising that fella isn't in Parliament, you know, running seat. You get me? Yeah, that's the sort of character that comes in at 10:46. Sorry, 8:46. Why does 10:46? That sounds like a police code. Losing people. Bye now. For those that have gone, adios. Those that are coming back, hello, how are you doing? Fucking can't do that, can you? So, anyways, who's joining panel then? D1, Belfast, Belfast finest, Purple Aki. Any of you boys joining panel? We've already had Fitness After 60 saying he's occupied. He's got other distractions or other noises going on. Right, I'm gonna do a 10-minute silence until somebody sends a message, starting from the next message that comes through. Ready? I can't do that 10-minute silence until you send another message. So somebody's got to send a message. I mean, it's been like 5 minutes since the last message. What's wrong with you typers? Come on now, get those fucking messages rolling. Let me get not be able to read them because they're rolling so fast. I dare you. I dare you. Oh yeah, he'll be able to come up on an hour or so. Okay. So by like 11 o'clock here in Spain, we should be able to enjoy the connection live stream with New York City, Manhattan. Yeah. As where a lot of cyclist enthusiasts hang out. So I'm learning. So who's seen my videos from today? Yeah. Yeah, I loaded up a load of videos or a couple of videos. Who's watched them today? What did you think? I know that I've seen the messages gone into me chat, got gone in, yeah, because I've seen them, and this is what encouraged me to go live today. Is I had so many messages today from my uploaded content. There is like, wow, I'm fucking excited for the people, people that have watched it, what watched me uploads, like happy messages, happy people, encouraging, you get me. Mhm. I did have fun on Motor City Maniacs live stream this morning. I did have fun, very much, very much. I did have fun, and I think himself and his viewers, yo, little shitster, what's happening, my dear? How's it going? Yeah, so I think Motor City Maniac and his viewers enjoyed my adventure again today. Mhm. It's good. I like it. And I did notice that I sent in the messages today that I received this morning. Um, I sent I sent a message in response that I was going off um, to Motor City Maniacs chat this morning, and I noticed the person that I sent that message to came over and joined us. So I hope that person comes in to chat this evening. They normally wishes me a good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I don't know if anybody in the chat knows who I'm talking about, but I'm pretty sure that fella will come in a while. Happy days. You liked me videos this morning, today, little shit stir. Good stuff, good stuff. Yep. I made a few videos today, not uploaded them all because one thing or another, flat battery. Had a phone call from another, intercepted another video, and something else happened. Um, I can't remember, but yeah, something else happened that stopped the video. Yeah, I had three videos like interrupted and stopped. So that'll probably get uploaded today or tomorrow. So happy days. Yep. I'm Motor City Maniac. He's a proud channel host and interactive YouTuber. And so, like, his live streams, they're available from this morning for anybody that wants to go and view and catch up and know more about what I'm on about. Happy days. If Motor City Maniac came to me chat, maybe he'd be able to present it and we'd be able to watch it if people wanted that. Or maybe we'd set a day for us to watch that. It would be an interesting thing to watch because I don't normally watch my videos. Yeah. But when it's special things like that, I always think, yeah, I want to watch. I want to watch what it's like to, like for other people. So yeah, I want to see on that side of things. So that's always good with YouTube is we can do that. Or we could take it to Rumble, yeah, and have a royal viewing, uninterrupted, no problem. But can we play on can we play YouTube stuff on Rumble without YouTube complaining? Can't wait for my GoPro to arrive. It's still not arrived, Fitness. That's weeks ago you mentioned your GoPro, bro. Gonna show the wildlife on the edge, riding my bikes in New York City traffic, and dominating the streets while I do it. Do 'em. Doing it with a GoPro. Doing it. Yeah, live. Mate, in the ideal world, I'd have a drone, I'd have GoPros, I'd have dog cameras, I'd have trail cameras. I'm not interested in security cameras, just trail cameras. Oh, the battery was no good. Dodgy electronics. I hope they compensate you and send you like 20 batteries. It's still 55 degrees and it's 9 p.m. 55 Fahrenheit, that is. Jeepers. It'll be 55 this time July. Not this, yeah, maybe not 9 o'clock at night, but yeah, in July, 6 months from now. Wow, battery was swelled up. It wouldn't fit into the GoPro. Whoa, what a bummer. That's mad, that is. That's mad. Brand new product, eh? With a freaking faulty goods. And I mean, the battery is one of the main accessories, isn't it, for a GoPro? Do you get me? It's like it's not going to work without a battery, is it? I mean, laptops you can, yeah, you can take the battery out and plug them into the mains. Must have been exposed to the heat. Yep. Hopefully, it wasn't a shop window display one. Yeah, that'd be a bummer, wouldn't it? You know, like that's the thing with window shopping. You get me? You get a lot of these display shops. You know, like I want that one from the window. But like, how long's that been in the sunshine for fuck's sake? That ain't no good. Oh wow, missing SD cards as well. That's freaking crap supplier. That one. Was it second hand? Are you buying second hand fitness? It sounds like a con to me. Brand new. Wow. Are they gonna reward you, compensate you, or whatever? Are they gonna give you like, I don't know, special discounts or something? Right. Wow. Sounds to me, I don't know. Sounds like a dodgy order. Well, I'm still excited for you when the good one arrives. Hopefully tomorrow. When are you expecting the arrival? Here he is, King Charles III. How are you doing, brother? Hope you've been enjoying me uploads. He's actually seeing. I think it was King Charles's comments. There was Babette also. It was these two people that triggered this live today. And I think Fitness After 60 commented on my lives. I think Shitster, little Shitster, commented. Travis. There have been a lot of messages today. I'm the same, King Charles. I don't do TVs or DVDs, or I don't watch Netflix or anything like that. No, live chats and documentaries that I can listen to. Easy listening documentaries. Yeah, no stupid bullshit. You know, like just stuff that I've missed out on of interests, historical stuff, where the old faiths come from, why and who, or not why and who, but when and where the abolishing of set traditions and cultures. Yeah. Wow. Oh, he's watching football. American football or English? It's playoffs. So that would be Tampa Bay versus Detroit. Okay, that's proper. That's American football, I think. Then yeah, you're hoping to get over 5 days next week. I remember you saying King Charles. Yeah, that's proper. And for €40, €40 return. That's poker prices, bro. Like when I think, it's quite easy to spend £40 on a meal and a couple of drinks, or half a tank of petrol, for example. Or a bag of weed, for example. Like it's like, yeah, to for people to travel great distance and change climates and cultures for the same sort of pocket change. I think it's absolutely brilliant, and I really do embrace everything King Charles is doing. I think it's cool. Mm. Hold on, lads. It's 9/11 here in Spain. Oh wow, mate! I tell you what, King Charles, yeah, you gonna love traveling around Spain in a van. Yeah, if you're gonna get out for camping, brilliant. You're gonna have brilliant times in Spain. And to be here 4 days a week, wow, man, you're gonna explore everything. Oh, you live in the van in the UK. Okay, okay, I'm getting you. I mean, so you wouldn't drive the van into Spain? That's proper. That sounds like proper adventure, mate. Wow, I am happy for you. Sincerity. That's proper. I see what you're saying. £500 a month. Is that just rent? And then you got bills on top of that. It's like, whoa. And then you fill up your cupboards and you fill up your wardrobes, and the entertainment systems. Like, whoa. But I've had that mental programming upon myself for most of my life. So, like I understand exactly that, King Joe. I understand that exactly. That's intelligence. That's what I says. That's intelligent. So you must be really in love with Alicante. Then. You must be really in love with Spain and King Charles, eh? Mate, if I was the if I was the airline, yeah, I'd give you a personal flight deal. I'd say to you, right, you're flying out every 4 days. Yeah, I'll give you a fixed rate. Yeah, I'll give you a fixed rate. You know, ignore the public prices. You and me, sir. I'd say me and you will do a deal. Yeah, you want to pay that much every time you fly out? That's the deal that you pay every 4 days. Happy days. Yeah, nice doing business with you until the rest of your life. Did you get me? Yeah. As the airplane business head, that's where I'd be looking at me customers, keeping me customers happy and regular. I mean, to see a customer not flying because like the flights are like freaking free 400 euro. Get the fuck, you get me? Yeah. Wow. As long ago as 12, 13 years. Wow. So when I was writing, you were buying up in Spain. When I sat in jail, you were buying up in Spain, hey, King Charles. See, you're much more advanced than hey, it's 9:20. That means it's 4:20 somewhere. Yep. Light up them bongs, hit them torches. This is a 420 friendly family channel. Mm-mm-mm. The 2121 mirroring numbers. Ah, yeah. It's nice to be able to be comfortable in a comfortable environment. Wow. But today we've walked maybe 20 kilometers, maybe more. Maybe like 25 kilometers we've walked today. Uh, so I got home, fed the dogs, fed myself, rolling a smoke, relaxing with you guys. I checked who was live. There's one that caught me interest. He'd I think he's after cooking a ribeye steak. So I didn't get to see any of the ribeye steak, but it was a nice food. So I blew some smoke in his direction, and I was greeted, and happy days. But is there a sort of like a regular flyers price King Charles? Is there? Have you looked into that? Can you become like what do you call it, a regular flyer, frequent flyer or something like that? I remember a couple of times getting posts from Stena Sea Line or Stena Sea Link, yeah, like the Cork ferry, the Cork Swansea ferry, because I used that a couple of times. Used to get mail from them offering me deals. Do you get me? You know, because yeah, regular usage. They've got your address, so you get these opportunities from them. And that was like freaking 20 years ago. Do you get me, bro? Hmm? Wow, busy Sunday night then. Not for me. I'm relaxing, bro. I'm on my bed. I'm not far from sleeping. That's where I'm at. There's only a few things I gotta do. Empty my bladder, remove my clothes, snug up in my sleeping bag, and happy days. I think I want to warm my sleeping bag up before I take my clothes off. So if I warm my sleeping bag up first, and then when that's warm, body temperature, then I can take my clothes off and go for a fish, empty my bladder. I don't think I've smoked enough yet. I want to smoke another joint yet. Hopefully better than the last one. That last one was a bit hard to smoke on. The last little bit, maybe I let it go out too much, too often. Yeah. Or maybe the roach was too small. That was it. The roach was too small. So you parked up now, King Charles. You ready to go work tomorrow? Or you working tonight? You kicking back with a couple of Carlsberg? What's the story? Wow, that's a good way to work it out. Hmm. See how much more you could do. Like if you had, if you could work for 5 months, knowing that you got 7 months to yourself. You could do so much more in that 7 months. Just heard a fox. That would drive dogs crazy. Not my dogs, but the other dogs. Especially if that fox comes around this area, leaving, starts pissing around the place. That would definitely get the attention of the dogs. Back to work Tuesday. Cool. I've been enlightened about an adventure for Tuesday. I'm not gonna speak about it until after it's happened. Yeah, and see how productive it is. But hopefully Tuesday, Wednesday will be productive days for me. Hopefully. Hello, Peter. Wow. So I just sat back for 5 minutes there, I think. Nice, yeah, breath of fresh air. Nice one, fitness. Yeah, man, I stumbled into the town, like after failing going to the market. And I'd been listening to fireworks in that direction for the last 3 or 4 days. And so finally, like getting up there and seeing that they'd been having a bit of a Spanish party is like, um, yeah, it was a nice surprise. But I got there a bit late. Knowing me, I got there late. They'd already had their dinners, their big feed. If I had arrived there earlier, I could potentially sat out in public and had with them. Yeah, and happy days. Yeah, man, fitness in your own time, bro. In your own time. You're always welcome, brother. You're always welcome. You bring good energy. So yeah, man. One of these cats have just climbed over onto my lap. So like, yeah, and there's another one venturing in. We'll see. We'll see how many cats come keeping us company tonight. Mind you, I've got 2 dogs in my tent. Yeah, which is nice. So I'm a little bit distracted listening to somebody passing by. They're talking a bit loud. Sounds like they're talking to the river. Here comes a third cat. Hello, kitty cat. You're beautiful, huh? Yeah, they had beautiful eyes, that cat. Turtle shell. Brindle if it was a dog, and Tabby if it's a cat. Talking about stars now. Captain Jack started snoring. Oh, sounds like a broken glass. Breaking of the crystal. That's very ceremonial. That's one of the witches, and that's definitely like a witch or a wizard doing that. Talking to the river, talking to the stars, and then ringing the glass bell until it breaks. That's beautiful, that is. Living around magic and magical people. It's beautiful. I love it. So somebody phoned me when we were ready to chat or something. I tell you, King Charles, yeah, yeah, you know, like yesterday, a long day. Today's been a long day. You know, yesterday was busy. I walked to I spent the morning or the afternoon collecting rubbish, clearing the rubbish. And then, like, what was it? I walked to the city. And then today I've walked to the city again and beyond and around and back on the go. So, yeah, you know, like, it's been long days. You know, carrying a heavy rucksack with the couple of power tools that I've got in the rucksack. You know, it's like is yeah, it's been long days. But I tell you what, mate, precious times, precious times, King Charles. Great, great experiences. Absolutely loved it. I loves myself for what I go through, for what I endure, and yeah, walking through the river, crossing the river, there and back. You know, getting my legs wet up to my knees and beyond, and taking a chance because the water's murky, not being able to see where I'm going, just taking that chance. You know, like my feet get freezing cold, but it's like it's healthy. It feels good. You get me? You know, and happy days. You know, great adventures for me dogs. You know, my dogs are at home. They're tired. They're sleeping. They're resting. For me, you know, like they've got water, they've got food, they've got somewhere warm and dry and somewhere loving to live. And for me, I encourage that. I said, I go to sleep tonight knowing that, like even stray animals or strange animals are befriending us, you know, adopting us. The happy days. 'Cause I don't live with walls, doors, and windows. Life forms have that opportunity to interact with us. It isn't food orientated at this point. The happy days, you know, keeping it real. For sure we are. Absolutely loving it, bro. And I thank you for encouraging us. Everybody that comes to this chat or, views our content, subscribes to us, talks about us, it's all encouragement. But some are more encouraging than others. And so, give credit where it's due. Without you peoples, it'd be a very heartbreaking and lonely experience, you know, sharing as much as I do. I mean, for me, it's as little as I can do. This would be, bearing in mind how I was introduced to YouTube, people listening about me without ever experiencing me, and that's how they were introduced to me. So that's how I was introduced to them, and happy days. We grow to laugh at our first encounters. Happy days. Those that want to prolong it and still fucking use those stupid freaking introductions, well then all the more for them. And yeah, happy days. Not playing into their narrative. Happier days for us, for them. It's good. I live up to the wham bam thank you ma'am. The game is round on them. They fucking cheap thrill now. How do you feel? I loves it. Ran circles round them because I kept my shit together. I kept me as me, and happy days. So yeah, I thank the encouragers. It gives a huge enlightenment, and a great enthusiasm and encouragement for sure. To receive one complimenting comment, but I received so many more. It's like for the simple adventures, and like okay, adventures, simple. I mean, there's nothing simple about an adventure, but in comparison to other adventures, the simple adventures that I take is and people enjoy it, and yeah, to be able to enhance and encourage big, bigger, better plan always. But wow, man, to try and take that control to encourage and enforce that is proving very, very uh, doesn't well. We knows because we're watching, we're seeing, we're listening. Number five, keeping it alive. Oh, back down to four. Wow. I only know that because I'm sat close enough that I can read the comments and see me back chat as I wait for people that quite often enjoy joining this panel. For those that follow the recommendations, maybe channels are recommended or viewers are recommended. And so we've had it a couple of times because of random ways of titling the lives. Like it hits a different audience to Happy Days. Wow, we've got six, and it went up to seven, but it's back down to six. Hello, six people listening. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. If it's Monday already, I hope you're enjoying your Monday. I'm thinking about just sitting back and relaxing for 5 minutes. Wait for somebody to come up on panel. Wait to get flooded with readable comments. I've got a pussy sat up on my lap. I've got my puppy dog by my feet. And my big fluffy Grizzles, he's out by the door where he wants to be. And if you want some good entertainment, I've got a couple of uploads from today. You might go and check out the little bit if you want to. Hey, King Charles, how did you enjoy the adventure on Motor City Maniacs channel this morning? Did you enjoy my adventure? Did you see it? Did you sit and watch through it? Through that? That's some good people in that chat and join that panel. Some good people. Like I said, I don't know how much of it you watched, but I had fun today, and I'm very happy that you joined. You sent me a message this morning or last night, and I sent you an invite to come over to Motor City Maniacs, and you came over this morning, and happy days. Thank you very much, much appreciated. Like I said, him's a good fella. I takes a lot of respect when I goes to Motor City Maniac chat or on his panel. Uh, one day, one of these cats are gonna end up with kittens. You still here yet? So you heard me little speech directed to you then. Good stuff, King Charles. Good stuff. Hey, up, we're getting climbing up to eight. People are going around collecting, getting ready for fitness after 60, joining our panel in a little while. Yeah, he's just doing some finishing up his chores, and then he said he'd be joining panel. The happy days. We hope the vacuum cleaner doesn't eat him. We hope the aerosol cans is polishing the brass monkey balls. We hope the gas canisters don't implode or explode. Yeah. We hope as he's scrubbing the toilet, he don't do a train spotting. That'd be terrible, wouldn't it? To do a train spotting, pull down the toilet. Wow, that'd be crazy, wouldn't it? Imagine if that could really happen. You could fall down the toilet. Imagine. I know of toilets that you could fall down if you weren't clever, if you were reckless. Yeah. I know of a whole freaking community. Yeah. You go to the community, you roll through that, you would have been rolling through the biggest toilet known to man. Seriously. That's what I used to say when I was living in the hippie community. I used to say, this is the biggest toilet and I'm the biggest of assholes. So get ready for when I flush it. Later, I learned it would be more natural for me to be a cunt, like, but then actually it's more of a cock, because like both holes eventually get filled in by cocks. Well, like me being the cock doing the filling in is like, yeah, I'm not an arsehole, and I'm not a cunt either, and I'm certainly not a panic. You get me? And I'm nothing in between. Well, that lost peoples as well. Is that all people rushing to join panel? Shameful. Hey, boss dog. See, that's exactly the same symbol as what I sent you when I came to your chat earlier. And bless up yourself, lad. How are you doing this evening? Yep. I noticed your feet up on your sofa, puppy dog up on your lap. I've got a pussy cat up on my lap, and Captain Jack's by my feet, and Grizzles is like 2 meters away. Yep. He got opportunity of being up here as well, but he prefers being where he's at. Like that's just Grizzles. He comes in for cuddles when he wants. Sometimes I wake up, and he just be with me. Other times I gotta wait until I get up and he's there to greet me. How comes you don't use StreamYard, Boss Dog, and do live panels? How comes you stuck on doing YouTube live stream? Have you ever done a live stream with open panel, Boss Dog? Well, Boss Dog, StreamYard's easy. You go through Chrome, yeah, and you just type in StreamYard, and you put in your email, and then you go you go to destination, choose YouTube. It will have your YouTube account because of your what do you call it, the accounts that you've logged into, and it's as easy as that. Man, boss, is not about the freaking dog. It's not about the views. Yeah, it's not about the views. It's the participating. You know this. Yeah, it's about the participating. You get me? If it's not participating, it don't matter. There's 7 people listening, but there's only 3 people chatting. So it's only those 3 people, you know, that are involved. You get me? But, but this channel consists of what? 860 something subscribers. I recognized earlier that when it comes to a sports team, you've got subs. When it comes to YouTube channel, you got subs. So when you think about it, I may be the host, which is a bit like the captain or the manager of the channel, but it's the people of the chat. They're the team players. They are the team players. The people listening, them the spectators. But the 860 people strong, yeah, they're they are the subs. They're the backup. Hmm? Now, is this fella gonna be sat there without his camera on, or is this fella gonna put his camera on and say hello and then turn his camera off? What's this fella gonna do? Presuming it is a fella. Are they gonna turn their camera on and prove it's them? Or are they gonna take their camera and what? Yeah, no, that's two fingers, you gobshite. That could have been anyone. I only seen two fingers. I never asked for two fingers. Okay, that looks like a gun to his head. I don't really want to see no Van Duran. Yes, bro. How are you doing? It's been a while, fella. We've missed you in the chat. Hope you're well. How's the weather? Nah, but seriously, whoever that is back chat, yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna clip you on the friggin' thing, yeah. Just show us who you are a minute. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's you, and yeah, okay. So here we go. We've got you got freezing cold. That's terrible. Go on. What you got to say for yourself?
Who, me?
No, the other one.
What do you mean?
When?
What's happening, Steve?
With what?
Huh?
With what?
With teams.
What do you mean, teams?
Hang on, give me a second.
What are you saying? Start again.
No, it's all
What?
right. I just spilled some coffee, mate.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're distracted with your cream and sugar and your coffee and water all over the place. Okay.
No, it wasn't that. I must have spilt it 5 minutes ago, mate. I just seen it on the floor and there's fucking trodden it.
Oh, so it's sticky everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh. Blame the dog.
I don't know. Wow.
Wow.
How long you been live for?
Um, hour and a half nearly.
Uh, well, I couldn't check, mate. I lost my channel.
Oh, oh
Yeah.
dear. Oh
Yeah.
dear. That's terrible.
Not really.
We got a
What
good
was it?
question in the chat. We got a good question in the chat, yeah, for coming in from the King of England himself, yeah, King Charles III, right? So, anyways, it might
Yeah.
not be him. It might not be him. It might just be a cartoon character of title, right? But anyways, check this out, right? So he asks, yeah, um, Steve, when you plant the trees up on the mountain, how are you going to water them, right? So here's the answer, right? By the time, by the time I'll have trees ready to carry up the mountain, I should have sufficient water established and grounds established for the trees to continue their life up on the mountain. That's what I'm thinking. Well, Vandal the Land's going to get some freezing rains. And
Yeah, it's raining there.
And he's just back from a walk. I'm just back from a walk as well. I've been walking since 11, 10, no, about 12 o'clock this afternoon. Yeah, and I was walking until about 8:30 this evening. No, maybe 8 o'clock. Maybe 8 o'clock. Yeah, so a good 8 hours I've been walking. Yeah, so what you done today then?
For me,
Yeah.
not much, mate. It's been fucking cold and it's raining. Thing is, it's really windy and it's icy rain.
Here's
Yeah.
Vandal the Land. You show. Are you telling me that you've videoed your pool, the pond frozen? Is that what you're telling me? That in that short in that video there, or what is it? Little homie playing on ice. I'm intrigued. What is that? Oh, your mom's pool. Ah, nice one, brother. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, that'll be cool. And that's in Americas, isn't it? What part of Americas is Vandal landing again? Does anybody know without him telling us? I personally can't remember. I'll get more familiar with it myself. Wow, that's a big spider. Are you what are you doing at the moment? Are you
Why can you hear? Can you hear that clicking?
Yeah.
It's my scissors, Steve.
Oh, okay. Okay. Are you cutting up buds? Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you trimming some flowers? Right.
Nah, I'm cutting up some bud. I don't use grinders, mate.
Yeah, that's what I said. You trimming up some flowers.
Yeah.
I don't use grinders either. No.
Well, the thing is, I read something that they said actually, grinding the weed up because you're squashing it together is not the best thing to do. You might as well just cut it.
Yeah. Well, what I like to do, yeah, is I like to rub it into the tobacco and pick out the sticks and the seeds. That's what I like to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And even the sticks of the tobacco as well. I pick them out as well. So would you smoke cigarettes and or tobacco with your weed?
Be me.
Yeah.
Tobacco.
Yeah. What brand of tobacco?
Amber Leaf.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I
Yeah.
get you. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, I think it's just right for a joint, mate. It's not too dry, it's not too wet, and it's not too strong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what you been up to today?
I told you 5 minutes ago, mate. Not much.
Well, that's why I've forgotten then. 'Cause you didn't tell me.
Yeah, yeah, because it wasn't much. Nah, Steve, it's really windy and it's fucking cold, mate, and it keeps raining on and off. Nothing to go out for today.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't go to Toby Carvery or anything like that?
No.
Oh.
Why? I'd rather just cook for myself.
So what did you cook today then?
I haven't cooked anything today, mate.
Oh,
Yeah.
I cooked a coffee this morning. Yes, yes. What's funny about that?
What, cooking a coffee?
Yeah.
Well, that's what you do when it goes cold and you put it in the microwave, innit? Oh, I cooked
Shut,
this cup of coffee. I just heated it back up.
shut up, you plonker. That's not cooking a coffee. That's
Hey,
making.
don't fucking call me a plonker. Look, you got LED lights, mate. Come on.
Listen, plonker, right? I never bought these fucking fucking LDE lights, whatever you call them. Yeah, I never
Yeah.
worked. Some fucking pervy, fucking creepy, pimpy kind of fella delivered them from Shrewsbury, England, last December before last. So go shag your duck. Go
Oh,
find.
right. Are they his lights then?
Well, he brought a set for him and a set for me.
Yeah.
You remember before he arrived, I had a very dark channel, yeah, where as soon as it became nighttime, you wouldn't see me, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because I never had any lighting, okay, and very rarely I'd turn my torch on because you know like the torch might last for an hour, you get me, right? So when he came over with light, these fairy lights to sort of brighten up my videos so people could see me at nighttime.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, I appreciate them, but you know, it's not sort of like I don't know. Did it better my YouTubing? Has it made me happier? You know, like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, they're funny. They're cool. They're there for you to take the piss out of. You know, like I can use and abuse them, but you can take the piss out of them as much as you like. Yeah, but you're looking to invest in similar ones, so go fuck yourself and your duck.
Who? Me?
Whoever wants, everyone.
Oh, what? And my duck? No. Do you know what? Right.
What?
I'm actually going to get myself some LEDs. I reckon. I fancy putting them up one side of my staircase because you know it's wood on the side, but there's a lip, and I could hide them underneath. Yeah.
I remember you
The thing
saying
is,
that.
switch them on, and there'll be a nice like beam of light going up the side. I thought that might look quite good if I don't overdo it.
Now you sound like a stuck record, yeah, because you repeating yourself, yeah. You said that the last time you were on my panel, so happy days, yeah. But never mind,
Yeah.
move
What's
on.
wrong with that? What's wrong
Well,
with that?
absolutely nothing. But it's like you know, like yeah.
Wait, Steve, don't you think a lot of what you talk about on your channel is like a stuck record when you go on about fucking people from the other sides of the community?
Um, yeah, but that's that's me and my channel. That's what I do. It's not for you to correct me
Yeah.
about what I do on my channel. If I came to you and done the same thing every time on your channel, you know, like you'd be saying,
I
"Hey,
haven't got a channel.
well, if you did have a channel, yeah,
Yeah.
how many channels have you had?
Two.
Two, yeah.
Hmm.
I've got two channels, yeah, right.
Well, no, I
I
had two. I've got
yeah,
one.
got two channels, yeah.
Yeah.
This is my original channel. I opened up a YouTube connection like fucking back in 2012 or 2013 or something like that, yeah. And
Right.
this is that I never knew that I could go live and do live streams with this channel. I never knew I could upload my personal life videos onto YouTube. I never until like
Right.
2 years ago. You get me, yeah? So the
Hmm.
fact that I've still got my channels, I've gone through the circles where you've gone, and some more, maybe not all the same ones, but like, yeah, I've still got my channel. So how is it that you've not got both your channels? That's 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 a little bit
Ah, because they've been taken down by hate campaigns in the community, Steve. You know what they're like. When you hit people back with things they don't want to hear and their truths, what do? Try and cut you down, and censor
yeah,
you out.
yeah. So
You know that.
so, so, so why why not be a bit cleverer and go around their standards and develop your own standards to make a fool of them.
I did, Steve. But you know what? I don't understand how I got so many privacy claims. They're not strikes, privacy claims on images that are already out there on the internet, right? And most people get parodied. How many times have you seen your picture in a fucking video? Loads of times. Do you know what I mean? But you don't go around YouTube crying about it like some people do. When they cry hard enough, they take your channel down.
We've seen that. We've seen this channel getting struck on a regular basis. But you know what YouTube said, right? YouTube has
Yeah,
said, like, hang on a minute, yeah? Who the fuck are you to be like stalking Steve for 6 or 7 months and then fucking turn sour when he tells you like he's walking away from you because you're too occupied perving on his friends, yeah? Who the fuck are
yeah,
you to say you're unhappy with how Steve refers to you? You met him on YouTube. You've stalked him. You've gone through 3 countries to get to him. To do what? To say that like Steve's a violent person when Steve gave you 2 days distance. Like who the fuck are you? So you
yeah.
said to that, like you're a fucking divvy. Strike and complain as much as you like is what YouTube said. Yeah, my channel's still there. You get me, yeah?
Yeah.
Mm. In
No,
actual fact,
no, Steve. I dispute it. I'll probably get my fucking channel back, but I thought I'll leave it a couple of days, mate. I'm not really that fucking fussed. So
I said it, mate. I said it, mate. Yeah, put me into a psychiatric unit same time as you go into a psychiatric unit, and I will be coming out of there before the end of the week without escape. You, or a lot, not necessarily you, but a lot of people that I've come across throughout YouTube, a lot of
yeah,
those people would not survive psychiatric unit. They would be staying for a few months. And some people would be staying internally because the way that they talk, the way that they talk to other people and encourage other
yeah.
people's brain patterns, they would stay inside because they are sick people.
Well, they're sociopaths, mate.
Right, right, yep. I seen a display yesterday. Again, the same display. And the fella came into me chatting T1 said it'll cost you a tenner for a spanner, but I was like 10,000 for a spanner for that.
Mm.
But like that's what T1 was referring to, 10 or 10,000. Right. So, anyways,
Yeah,
yeah. But that fella yesterday, I seen him on that channel with and Peter Pope was up on panel. A really cool one-on-one conversation. I jumps up on panel. I recognized, it wasn't a conversation I'm included in, and two gentlemen continued having their conversation. And next thing you know, this fucking UK troll jumps in, only to talk about, oh, but you called me a woman abuser 2.5 years ago, so now I'm talking shit at you. Blah, 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 blah. And acted like a fucking 5-year-old on a fucking, on too many candy bars. I mean, like, mother, put put that bastard back under fucking water, yeah? You should have drowned that cunt before you gave birth to the fucker. Do you get me, yeah? Seriously, you should have wrapped his umbilical cord around his freaking neck instead of giving him the fucking freedom to roam this earth. Yeah, to sort out, mother. You know,
I'll
like
tell.
in people says don't include people's families. Yeah, but when you got imbeciles and divvies like himself, there's a danger to himself and everybody else. It's like it's only up to his mother to fucking put the gun down, innit? Why should innocent individuals, yeah, like myself or yourself, have to put that fucker down?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Are you talking about somebody I know or somebody I'm not familiar with?
Oh, probably somebody you're not very familiar with, but you met them on YouTube.
Right. Okay.
Mhm. If I say 5 time suicidal in a couple of years on YouTube, what would you say?
Oh, yeah, I know exactly where you're coming from there, mate. You didn't even
The
need to say that much. I reckon you could have said it in a, I don't know, a shorter form, and I probably still would have got it.
the famous UK troll with his 200 trolling accounts and his ability to take down BuzzTech, which was how would you describe BuzzTech? I never came across BuzzTech before.
No, I didn't, mate. He was about, but I never used to watch him.
Anybody in the chat knows of this BuzzTech, that this fucking suicidal UK fucking Hobbit troll army, fucking Master Lord King, fucking whatever he wants to be, took down. Does anybody know who we're talking about? Because that community alone is responsible for a lot of the shit talkers that are attached throughout the communities that you're attached to, and also is
Yeah,
responsible for a lot of the UK trolling communities. Yeah,
yeah.
and this that goes on YouTube. This is he is the root. His channel and the breaking of his channel, the diversion of his community was like the making of like a great disruption throughout human communications throughout this YouTube platform. From the experience that I had, a lot of UK hosts, whether they English, Irish, Scottish, Welsh, or English. Yeah, but you get what I'm
No,
saying. You get
as I
me.
said, Steve, I don't know
I'm
much about him, but I've heard of him.
But yeah, but you can see where I'm going at, and now that I've said that, does it like ring bells, or does it sort of like send you up onto a fucking wild fucking track that like
No. It rings bells.
yeah yeah yeah
Put it this way, as I said, I didn't witness the channel, but I've heard enough, and I've seen the people that big up the channel and the people that don't big up the channel.
did you get
It's
me?
not. It's
Yeah,
not hard to work out.
you get me, you get me,
Yeah.
and you see, yeah, you see, yeah, right, yeah, yeah. Before there was the Deck Aggies, for example, yeah, there was the Buzz Techs. You get me? Yeah. Hey, it's 10:20, so it's 4:20 somewhere. Big up the 420s. Yep.
Oh,
So what's the story then? What's your plans for tomorrow?
my plans for tomorrow. I'll tell you what, I don't know, to be fair, mate. I haven't really thought about tomorrow.
Oh,
It depends. It
well,
depends on the weather, Steve. It depends on the weather. I know I need to go out and get a food shop, but I'll probably end up having to do fucking internet shopping, and I can't be bothered with that, mate. Because the thing is, you can't get it to you on the fucking day. You have to wait a couple of days. You have to book a time slot. It's a pain in the ass.
serious.
Yeah.
Ouch. There ain't
See, if
no
I,
express, no.
well, I suppose there would be if you got kind of like food from a fucking courier, but I don't want that. I want a supermarket shop. You know what I mean? I don't want a couple of bits because they're going to overcharge you on them, aren't
Right. And
they? Yeah.
here you're not rich enough for John's. You're not rich enough for John's deliveries, no.
Whose deliveries?
Spandex.
What do you mean I'm not rich enough for spandex deliveries? What does that mean? Oh, hello, Fitness. All right, mate.
Hey, what's happening, Stephen Ultra? Everybody in
You good,
chat.
mate?
I'm just sitting here watching an American football game.
Yeah.
It's the playoffs.
We're watching that game as well.
Yeah, my team is out of it. My team is the Steelers. They made it into the playoffs, but they didn't do well. So their season.
What's your team then?
Pittsburgh Steelers.
Hey?
Pittsburgh Steelers.
Pittsburgh Steelers, okay.
Yeah.
And who you watching? Who you watching now?
Tampa Bay Buccaneers versus the Detroit Lions. I'm
Yeah,
rooting.
yeah,
I'm rooting for the Lions. Right now, the game is tied. I don't gamble, so I really don't care who wins. I just I picked the Lions to win this game. We'll see what happens.
well, King Charles is in our chat. Yeah, that's exactly the same game that he's watching. So that's pretty smart, isn't it? And he's in the UK somewhere. Yeah, he's somewhere in the UK.
My
Right.
my favourite team is the Burnley Bag Snatchers, mate.
Never heard of them.
He's being cheeky. He's using
Yeah.
YouTube.
Oi, Steve, is you laughing then?
Yeah, as an American, I got to say this: that soccer to me is a superior sport in that number one, few if any of those guys are using steroids. Number two, uh, I do believe that they're in far superior condition compared to the average NFL football player, American football player. The vast majority of the American football players are on steroids, and okay, so they're strong. Big deal. Strong doesn't mean you're in shape. They run down the field, they're gasping for air, but the guys on the soccer field are running back and forth, up and down, and they're not gasping for air. So,
Yeah, yeah. Those steroids are not good. They enlarge your heart, don't they?
yes, your heart's a muscle, so they enlarge
Yeah.
all the muscles in your body, including your heart.
Yeah.
And they shorten your lifespan. I mean, I can understand like an NFL player using steroids if they're going to be getting a multi-million-dollar contract and money is their thing. But in the end, they're going to shorten their lifespans. They're going to destroy their bodies, especially their joints, and they'll pay the price for it. But it's at the point now where to make an NFL team, like if you want to be a linebacker, let's say, it's
Yeah.
extremely unlikely you have the talent and the size uh, without the steroids. You're trying to compete with guys that are on steroids. You know what I mean? So, and the thing about steroids, people have to understand is steroids don't improve an athlete's technical ability, right? They don't make you play the game any better. Like
Right.
let's look at baseball, right? So, like, if you take steroids, you'll hit the ball further when you make contact, but it's not going to help you to make contact with the ball.
Yeah, fitness after 60. Like for me, right, there's always this thing like we call it scouting, yeah. Like you got like these sports scouts that go out looking for these athletic barbarian type characters, Vikings characters, and they travel around the world looking for these big athletes, and then give them a free ticket to come to America to get American education to join the American football teams. Is that something that still goes?
I would imagine so. I mean, you know, uh, I'm not really all that well versed in it, but I would tend to agree with what you just said. All right.
I tell you what, I've never really thought of that, like talent scouting within the sporting industry, because you might take a big bloke over there that looks the fucking business, but can't play, and you've got to train him up because he looks good.
Well, no, I don't think that it works like that, Ultra. I would think that the talent scout would only bring somebody over if they had some kind of skill to offer. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying? They're not going to take just because the guy's big doesn't mean he's gifted athletically, right?
yeah,
So they'll take a small guy who's gifted athletically, bring him over here, and then put him on the juice, on the steroids, so he can
But hang on a
size
minute.
up.
But hang on a minute, right? You see this X Factor, for example, yeah, or America's Got Talent, for example, right? Now, this is a prime example of what human farming is. Yeah. Now, in Africa, for example, yeah, you will have NFL tryouts on a daily basis in about 10 cities throughout Africa. I can assure you. And it's like where the for like sprint testing or for a kicking test or for a like throwing the ball test. You get me, and yeah, I can imagine that sort of X Factor, America's Got Talent I think that goes on in many, many sports and sort of stuff like that throughout the world that
Oh,
we're not included in.
sure. Especially here in America, you know, sports are all about the money. I don't know if I would agree with what you just said about Africa, but I'll tell you this, that a lot of the professional baseball players over here in America are from Cuba. You know, Cuba is a baseball is a pastime in Cuba, and boxers as well from Cuba. You know, Cuba doesn't have professional boxing, but they have a really big boxing program that they start the youth out with. And so when I don't know if talent scouts are pulling them out of there necessarily for the boxing, but I know a lot of the Cuban boxers that are high level will leave Cuba because there is no professional boxing there, right? They can't really make much money boxing in Cuba. But if they can come over to the States and they turn pro, different story. You know, like in Cuba, you can go to the Olympics as a boxer, right? But because there's no professional boxing there, how much money are you going to make, right? And you know, like boxing, in my opinion, is the hardest sport of any sport known to man. And you know, if you're going to get in a ring and box, unless you're going to become champion and make the big dollars, it's not worth getting your brain. It's not worth getting your brain rattled around, in my opinion.
Yes, mate. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well said, well said, well said. I was saying
Yeah,
that to the local boxing community 2 years ago that I was introduced to. Yeah, my first ever YouTube chats, live stream chats that I was involved with, and it was fucking bare knuckle boxers, and it was like, why am I talking to these fucking brain dead numpties? Do you get me? You know, like fuck's sake, bunch of boring divvy. You know,
Yeah,
brain dead fuck.
bare knuckle boxing is like I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in professional boxing.
All
You know,
right,
that's
okay.
boxing is actually my favorite sport. Okay.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Okay,
Oh
fair
yeah,
enough.
yeah, yeah.
If I
That.
if I told you that I met Frank Bruno, yeah,
Oh,
since the
sure. I
age of
believe you. I believe you.
no, you never.
I was 10 years of age first time I met him, and I've met him a few times since because he like a Bristol lad, yeah. He loves to be around Bristol. Yeah,
Bruno was a hell of a fighter. Big guy, man. Just
I
naturally big guy. Talented boxer, definitely.
big head,
he,
big head on him, isn't he?
he went.
The-
He went. All right, Steve.
I think when I think of British boxers coming out of the UK, I think of Frank Bruno's one, but Lennox Lewis.
Yeah,
Lennox
yeah,
Lewis was a hell of a boxer.
yeah.
Really great champion.
He was from Brixton, wasn't he?
Yes. And you know, as far as bare knuckle boxing, why, if you're going to be a boxer, why do bare knuckle boxing? There's no money in that. Go to professional boxing. You know what I'm saying? That's where the money is. If you're going to, like I said
Right.
before, if you're going to get your brain rattled around, at least make some money because you're likely going to end up fucking punch drunk. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. I'm not saying money's worth being punch drunk, but people who are, you know, shallow and thrive on money. All right. Well, if that's your thing, then make the big money. You know, it's like if you're going to be a thief, right? Why steal something worth $1? Well, go steal something worth, you know, millions of dollars. You know what I mean? So that's just the way I think. But whatever.
I agree with you. I agree with you. What are you saying, Ultra? What are you playing with now?
No, I'm making another joint, mate. No, I was just thinking about what you just said, right? You know, it's a fair point. Like, my dad was a boxer in the army, and I remember, like, late on, like, in his life, I said, "Why didn't you ever like push me to go boxing and all that?" He goes, "Oh, I didn't want you getting smacked in the head." And he said, "It's not good."
Yeah, Vandal for land, endurance and cardio for days. That's, you know, I mentioned this, I think, the last time I was up here. You know, here in America, most people think that if you're strong, you're in shape. No, you're not. If you're strong, you're strong. Strong doesn't mean you're in shape. It's just one component of being in shape. The real important components to me are endurance, number one, and stamina.
Yeah.
But you know, it's just that's just how most people don't really understand fitness. They don't know much about it. So they fall into the, the marketing system, the marketing companies, right? They say, yeah, you got to sign up with the gym. It's the only real way to get in shape. You got to come in here with us, lift our weights and all that bullshit,
Yeah.
right? So what do you end up with here in America? You end up with the majority of men that go into a gym. They're looking to put on weight and muscle. They don't really, most of them put on much muscle. They put on a bunch of fat. And
Yeah.
load it up with water, right? And they think because, I can bench press 405 now. I'm an animal. Yeah, okay, whatever. You can't run up freaking 2 flights of stairs without gasping for air. Tell me you're in shape.
Yeah, fitness, and there's also like, the smaller interlinking muscles in between the connective tissues weak because they're all sitting in machines doing like one motion.
Yeah, well, you have many different types of people that go into you. Like if you watch people do deadlifts. You've got the guy that walks over to the bar. He's calm and cool and collected. Then you got the guy that's got to psych himself up. You know what I'm saying? It's like, then you got the guy that's got to look at himself in the mirror for 3 minutes before he does his next set. It's just crazy. So
It's like with that deadlifting, right? I've read so many things and seen videos on it. They say, oh, you'll never be strong or even be big if you can't deadlift and blah blah. And all I see is just big fat guys just picking up the deadlift, nearly getting nosebleeds, and then chucking down the bar. Do you know what I mean?
yeah, usually the guys that are doing that are juiced up on the steroids. Listen,
Yeah.
I don't have anything against deadlifts, but you don't have to be able to lift, have a big deadlift to get strong or to put on size. It helps.
When you're
helps
getting
big
these
time.
guys trying to do like I don't know 1,000 kilos.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think a better barometer of somebody's pulling strength would be how many pull-ups how many clean full pull-ups they can do, as opposed to how much they can deadlift. Because you could take one of these big deadlift guys, these steroid guys, and he
Yeah.
can't even do 20 pull-ups. He can't even hang from a pull-up bar for more than a minute. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so you're strong. I don't know. I mean, you're strong doing a deadlift. How many times in your regular everyday life are you going to be picking up an object like you would deadlifting a barbell in the gym? Never. You know what I'm saying? You're just not.
Finish. Ultra. I adopted a tree at the back of a famous bar in Bristol called Star and Garter, yeah. And now at night time when the bar opened, yeah, like the youths were gone from there, yeah, and all the big kids had come out, all the drinkers and party people, yeah. And now when they'd get a bit out of order and a bit boisterous, yeah, I challenge them to the monkey bars. Now the monkey bars in that park I used to maintain there every day for 5 months, keep it safe for for the environment which it offered, and I had a bit of a reputation there. Do you get me? I had my respect. Yeah, right. So anyway, with this, I never failed. Yeah, no matter who was playing up, no matter who. Yeah, when I challenged them to the monkey bars, short arm, long arm, and fucking twist around, do whatever you want on the monkey bars. Yeah, as many as you can. I was the
Yeah,
one that did that one.
yeah.
Failed.
What you have to remember is that every country that has a military, every country in the world that has a military, there's not a single country that requires their recruits to do a certain amount of weight in a deadlift. And there's
Yeah,
a reason.
no,
There's a reason for that, because it doesn't develop functional strength that you can use on the battlefield. That's why every
yeah,
country in the world's military has their recruits do calisthenics, pull-ups,
yeah,
chin-ups,
yeah,
push-ups, right? Running is calisthenics. Jogging is calisthenics, right? Because it develops functional strength that can be utilized and is needed on the battlefield. Deadlifts
yeah,
is not going to get you there. So if
yeah.
you want to be a big lunk and walk around with, you can't reach around and put your hands in your back pocket, go ahead, go and
Exactly.
deadlift. Have fun.
Exactly. Moving your own body and carrying your own weight and using your own weight against you. It's a similar physics just behind judo and stuff like that. Yeah, using
Weight,
your
yeah,
weight
weightlift,
against.
yeah, weightlifting develops absolute strength, right?
See,
Calisthenics
smallest,
develops
smallest of persons.
strength to weight ratio.
Yeah, you can have the smallest of persons taking on the biggest of persons. Do you get me? And the biggest of person will lose because of the weight and effort that the person puts in. Like you see the huge man up against a small man, and the big man loses. It's like it's funny, but you don't expect it. But
Well,
all
they're
that big
just yeah,
do
there's
is is all that big man's got to do is sit onto is grab a hold and sit onto that smaller fella.
well, here's the
It's
thing. Here's the thing: is that the bigger man is at a disadvantage in many different areas. Number one, they have more muscle with which they need to feed oxygen to, so they'll tire sooner. They'll be slower, right?
yeah,
They won't be as what do you call it? They won't have the mobility of a smaller man. They won't have the flexibility. They won't have the speed. Like I said, they'll be slower. So
Yeah,
as long as you don't let the bigger man grab a hold of you, the smaller
yeah,
man is actually at an advantage if
yeah,
he has the technical abilities, right?
yeah. I used to laugh at the security guards working at the festivals. You get me? Yeah, because I'd be one of the cheeky fellas that's at the festivals because I want to be. Yeah, and then you got these grumpy friggin' meth heads, friggin' crystal heads, friggin' working security, all beef heads. You get me? Steroided up. And like I showed them, agility is a lot more than you're pumping iron. Yeah. When they sees me shirtless or fucking with my shorts rolled up, you get me? Yeah, it's like
Right. Uh,
my body's memory.
Agility, coordination, reflexes, right?
Yeah,
That's all. Those are all key components of a high level of fitness.
yeah. So I
So
says to people, instead of using the square climbing frames you get in the multi gyms, yeah, use trees. Trees are different shapes. Every tree is different. Every branch is different. You get me? Yeah.
yeah,
You got to jump. You
absolutely.
got to climb. You got to jump. You got to climb. You got to balance. You got to use your brain and way of thinking. When you go into the gym, all the thinking's done for you. All you got to
Yep.
do is sit down, pick up, and pump. You get me, Joe? Or stand
Yep.
up and kneel down and pump. That's all
Right.
you got to do.
And like you said, every tree is different. So, back, thousands of years ago, human beings used to climb trees to get to the fruits, right?
yeah,
Uh, I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm not sure. I haven't done it for a while, but sometimes I'll go into Central Park and I'll climb trees for a workout, up and down, up and down. I'll go
Yeah.
up and down a tree, go over, climb up the next tree, right? And it's a great workout. People don't understand it because the average person is so freaking out of shape. They're like,
Fitness.
why are you climbing a tree? That's stupid. Okay, that's why you're
Fitness.
out of shape.
fit,
Fitness.
fit, fitness. You know what I used to do to mix things up sometimes? I should try and like make up my own exercises, which I thought would be effective, and I'll just like slowly walk up and down the stairs with like two loaded fucking dumbbells, just
Oh yeah,
up and down, up and down. And I tell you what, it will kill you after a while, all over.
yeah. Oh yeah. Listen, Ultra, that's definitely a good workout. Remember something about exercise. It's not one
Yeah,
size fits all, right? So
exactly.
the older you get, the more you understand your own body and
Yeah,
what it responds to best. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So, yeah. Anyway,
But you know what, Ultra, yeah? If you were to strap 2 kilos onto your wrists, yeah, 2 kilos onto each of your ankles, yeah,
yeah.
and 10 kilos onto your back in a backpack, right? You'd move up and down stairs a little bit differently. Do you understand this, yeah?
Oh
And
yeah, and it'd be a brilliant workout. Yeah,
then you work up to your 5 kilos on each wrist and your 5 kilos on each ankle, and then your 20 kilos in your backpack and 10 kilos on your front pack, and you're
yeah,
walking up the stairs like that. And within 6 months, within 6 months, you'll be on fucking like 10 kilos on each wrist and freaking each ankle, and like 50 kilos on your back and 20 kilos on your front. Do you get me? Yeah. And now, when you consider that in that progress in 6 weeks, it's not like heavy lifting, but like slowly, like just like stronger building. You'd be able to carry and wrestle with a stronger being because
You
you're
know what?
climbing up
Yeah.
stairs,
You know what I do?
moving
Yeah.
moving differently with objects on each of your limbs. Yeah, you'd be able to take on like 5 or 6 trained police officers. You get me, yeah? That sort of thing.
You know what I'll do with my clients sometimes? It's not all of them, but some of them when the weather's warm. I'll throw a Nerf football, which is like a kind of a sponge football, for lack of a better way to describe it, into my backpack, and I'll tell them to meet me at a certain area in Central Park. And part of the workout that day will be, okay, you ready? Run. I'm going to throw you the ball, right?
I,
Catch this ball, and then jog back with it. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? So they're getting a cardio workout, but they're also improving their hand-eye coordination. You know what I'm saying? And it's
Yeah.
something different, and it challenges them in a way that you can't be challenged, in the gym in their basement, let's say, or when I'm training them in their apartment, right? So it can, it kind of throws not throws it kind of adds a degree of like a challenging degree of fun, because it can be fun, right? You're playing ball, right? I'm going to be the quarterback. Ready? Go, run. I'll throw you the ball. Jog back with it. Hand it back to me. Go out there again. I'll throw you another pass.
important notice going out to the lurkers. Going out to the lurkers. Important notice. Somebody get in chat and have conversation with Vandal the Land before Vandal the Land's forced to come up on panel.
I
Fuck's
don't, I
sake.
don't, I don't read the chat. So, like, sorry to anybody in chat.
Yeah, I don't read it either, and the reason why is because I'm on my phone, and in order for me to read the chat, I got to turn the brightness up, and then my battery dies faster. So
Yeah, yeah, fitness, exactly the
I'll,
same
I'll,
thing, mate. I keep low
I'll
battery. Yeah.
yeah, I'll check it every once in a while. But anyway, how many
Yeah,
people
but
are in the? How many people do you have watching the video? How many lurkers you have?
I said lurkers, not the people on panel.
How
Yeah,
many
so why
lurkers? How many
so
lurkers are
why
there, Steve?
the way both of you responded like guiltiness. I mean, like yeah, happy days. But there's 1,000.
No, there can't be 1,000.
No,
Why not?
there's probably 10 then.
Well, sometimes they're not all lurkers. Sometimes somebody might be busy and they're just listening to the video. If it's late at night, a lot of times people will have the video on as they're falling asleep. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's yeah. No,
But
but
imagine having 1,000 people listening and only one person chatting. That'd be terrible, wouldn't it?
then you have the vicious lurkers. They're in there. They're taking screenshots of the chat, and it's like, come on, man, what the
Like,
fuck is wrong with you fucking people, man? Come on.
we explored a couple of those channels, didn't us? Fitness.
Oh yeah, fucking idiots. I love these content creators. I got people out there watching. What?
Yeah.
What do you really, really? So that tells me that you don't have good fucking intentions. Number one, and number two, you're not very strong. You need other people to help you. Do it on
Yeah,
your own.
yeah.
Do it on your own. Do it on
Yeah.
your own power. You know what I mean?
Admitting that you got a fucking social media terrorist gang isn't
Yeah,
very.
yeah, yeah.
Isn't
Those are those are what I refer to as attack channels.
very
They're attack channels.
yeah.
So there was a genre. The genre I'm talking about, Steve. I don't want to mention it to give it
Yeah, I know.
any awareness,
Let's
but
just say it's where we met. Let's just say it's where we met. For the guilty.
exactly right,
Yeah.
right. But so when I started my channel, I probably in the beginning I probably picked up about 50 people from that genre. Now there are some good people in there, right? But most of them are not. I don't want people from that genre on my fucking channel. I don't want them to fucking subscribe. Stay the fuck away from my channel. Stay over there where you belong in the fucking drama bullshit.
Mhm.
So now, as it stands, I would say 80 to 85% of my people are my subscribers are not from that genre, and that's what I want.
Yeah.
There's 200 million or so channels on YouTube, I believe, and there's I don't know how many billions of users. That's who I want. I want the people. The other. I don't want those idiots. Like I said, though, there are some good people over there, right? But when the idiots come over to my channel, bye, block, get away from me, man. Stay away
Yeah.
from me. Seriously.
One of the things that I noticed on YouTube about a year ago, yeah, is people would be paying attention to my liked activity, yeah, and they'd be going over to the channels that I'm liking and the ones that I'm subscribed to, and they'd be trolling those channels, and then like interrupting and making like stupid freaking bullshit. Yeah, yeah. So I just like, yeah, move circles, happy days, move on, leave them at it, go back if they're good peoples, and hopefully they've learned their lessons. And I've learned so many times that the good people, they do learn their lessons. Yeah, but it's
Yeah, and
because I take the time.
the
I'm
other
a
thing
little
too
bit.
is that everybody's channel is different, right? I'm not here. I didn't start a YouTube channel to become monetized and make a few peanuts from YouTube,
Yes,
right?
I,
Most of those people in that genre uh, don't have a fucking job, don't have an honorable skill with which to earn a living, and they think they're going to come on YouTube and get rich. You know what I'm saying? Come on,
hey, you know how I
the
got
fuck is
introduced to
wrong with
YouTube?
these people, man?
You know how I got introduced to YouTube Fitness After 60? You know how I got introduced?
How?
Okay, so a bit of about 2 years ago, I had an opportunity of caring for somebody that was in his near reaching 60. He'd been into some sort of stressful investigations for many years and got himself targeted by many undesirable types of peoples and groups and stuff. He had a singled up lifestyle. He claimed that he'd been living in an apartment for 6 years, basically on his computer doing all this research and blah blah. Now it turned out that when he came to me, he only lasted 24 hours. Yeah, but like initially, like about 4 months, 3 months previous to this, he invited me to for communal conversation grounds to get involved with this YouTube chat of like I said, this bare knuckle community. Yeah, bare knuckle boxing community. And so that's how I got introduced, right? But then one day, about 3 months after we'd met, and like he wasn't suitable for my place. Yeah, he left. Yeah, but anyways, long story with that one, and there's a good talk about that one on another day if you were interested. Just ask me about it. So, anyways, with this, yeah, about that was in September time that I'm paying attention to this YouTube. Finally, I gave in. So by September, I was paying attention. By March, no, by Halloween, he'd been to my place, lasted 24 hours, and gone back to his old ways. By March, yeah, I was getting a notification on YouTube saying that I was being advertised. Yeah, I'd been, and when I had a look, I was being doxxed and associated with the hideous crimes of what he'd been investigating for 6 years. Yeah. Naturally, I go onto those channels where he was doxing me and promoting me and stuff like, and I had the voice. You get me? Yeah, I had something to say. Yeah, you're full of shit, man. Shut your fucking mouth. You get me? Yeah, that's horrible stuff that you're saying about me. And like, why are you giving all my details, my date of birth, my address, and my full name to everybody? Why are you including my family? Like, who the fuck are you? And
Yeah,
it turns out,
if
and
I
it
could
turns
read it.
out and it turned out he'd been a cyber bully for about 6 years for various many peoples in a very malicious manner, and he'd done it to hundreds and hundreds of people, and he still gets away with doing it. So when people started listening to me and saying, "Hey, Steve, you've got a unique story, you've got a unique life, and we want to hear your." Yes, so come to our channels, make up your own channel. We're gonna be there. We're gonna support you, and we're gonna encourage you. And that's where Jamie Sawyer, Mrs. Magpie, Barb Spinion, Robert Lee, Travis, T1, and people like this come into play. They're my first subscribers. Yep.
Yeah, if I could make a Vandal, the Lord wrote, I want supporters, not just numbers. Now, let me preface this with this: to each his own. But see, I don't want supporters to, I don't even want subscribers necessarily. Just want to post videos. You see, YouTube calls us subscribers and not supporters for a reason. When I hear supporters, I hear send me money. Now if that's your thing, that's your thing. But once again, the way I see it, unless you have, millions of subscribers, you're going to make peanuts
Yeah,
and
yeah,
monetization on YouTube. You're going to make peanuts.
yeah,
So my
fitness.
channel,
Yeah,
for me is kind
mm,
of like to
mm,
its not my sole legacy, but it's kind of a legacy in a way. It's
yeah,
one day I'll be dead, and as long as YouTube's platform is still up, people will be able to go to my channel and see the different videos I posted, right? And
yeah,
because I'm in New York City, the possibilities are pretty much endless. My channel is a combination of exercise and the sights and sounds of New York City. And because I
There is
travel around on a bicycle, I can get
there
into
is
the little nooks and crannies of New York City that the average person can't. You know what I'm
there is
saying?
a question. Fitness after six. There's a question for you on the panel. It's up to you if you address it. It's up to you if you cancel it.
May I ask you a question for news purposes?
This is
Oh boy. Yeah, yeah. Go
hey,
ahead. Go ahead.
warning,
Ask your damn
warning,
question.
warning,
Oh, I
warning,
know this
right?
is going to be some
Warning.
fucking
As a heads up,
bullshit.
as a heads up, fitness after 60. As a heads up, this channel came in here a couple of weeks ago and asked me the same question.
Did you
yeah.
respond?
Well, you just say declined. Fuck off.
I don't listen. He can ask the question. Whether or not I answer it is another thing.
Yeah, there you go.
He or she.
Okay,
Who the hell knows
right,
who it is?
right. But listen, we know this is YouTube, yeah. Like now,
Yeah,
my response is, yeah, this channel never responded back and told me what they were doing with what they what they asked me. They
Okay,
never
so
any
I'm going to
link.
answer his question. I'm going to answer his question. Let me explain
Yes,
something
yes,
to you,
Mark Kelly.
mob news
Hello, Mark
reporter.
Kelly.
But
Hello, Mark Kelly.
let me
Hello,
explain.
Mark. Wait, wait, excuse me. Wait, wait, hang on a minute. Say hello to Mark Kelly, please.
oh yeah, Mark's in the house, mate. He's all right.
Hello, Mark. Listen, let me explain something to you, mob tube reporter. I have not been thrown out of virtually every channel. What happened is I'm sitting in those back in the past. I no longer go to most of those channels anymore. But what happens is when I'm listening to a content creator feed me a line of bullshit, I'm not one of those people in that chat that has to belong to the group because they have so little going on in their life. I call them out. That's why I get blocked because they
Right?
don't
Can I?
like being
Yeah, yeah,
confronted
yeah,
with the
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
truth.
Fitness,
They don't like
Right.
fitness.
being confronted with
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
yeah,
the
wait,
fitness.
truth.
I do that as
wait,
well,
wait.
mate. And do you know what? In the politics of YouTube, it's not too good to be too truthful, mate. It doesn't work. I've noticed that. It doesn't work for me.
Yeah. Well, I'm not one of those people, like I said, that needs to belong to the group so bad that I'm going to sit
Yeah.
there and listen to a line of bullshit and not speak up. Does
Right.
that
And can
answer
I
your
say?
question, mob tube
Yeah,
news
it does.
fucking
It does.
reporter?
Oh, I would have
Wait,
just said, I would have just said, I'm
wait,
not answering your comment. Fucking do
wait.
one.
Yeah, but ultra. Yeah, but ultra. That's not you. Yeah, we're yeah. Right now, shut up a minute, please. Right now, I want to say something. Yeah. Now, I invited when I was involved in another genre, and I was communicating, and I gave fitness after 60 of open public invite to come to this channel. So like it's not about fitness coming to this channel because he's got nowhere else to go. Fitness was publicly, openly invited here because I know that he's got a lot of experiences doing what he's doing, and is very, very similar to the grounds where I started. Okay, on YouTube with people, athletic peoples, yeah, but athletic peoples of a difference. Okay, so what I'm seeing is
Yeah.
more professional, athletic person that he's got something to share with people that I may have met in a negative athletic environment.
And let me
Yeah.
ask you, this Mob 2 News reporter it was a two-part question. The second question is, what's next after Steve kicks you out? Well, listen, if for some reason Steve and I have a falling out, there's 200 fucking million other channels. Dingbat. Does that answer your question, Mob News reporter? You see, you're stuck, Mob News reporter, in one
Thank
genre. I'm not.
MobTube News Report. Thank you for your compliments. Yeah, and I thank you for your I thank you for your good manners. I thank you
Fucking hell.
You've been very polite. You've been very no. In all fairness,
No, here's-
MobTube News Reporter came in very polite, asking very civilized. You know, like if they
I
can ask
agree.
questions,
I
ask the
agree.
question. And they've been most grateful in the way that they've answered. Yeah, you know, like happy days. Now, what MobTube News Reporters does with what they've learned today, with what they learned a couple of weeks ago when they was in here, loud and proud, asking the same question but directly. It's like absolute. Yeah. Thank you for being inspired by this channel and by the people that encourage this channel. I thank you. So, what's your problem, Ultra? You don't like talking to news reporters? I do.
Wait a minute. Is that guy with the fake, is he with the fake news?
Yeah.
Fitness after 60. Right? Seriously, bro. Yeah. Ask anybody that knows this channel. Yeah. This channel thrives on ripping people off of their titles. If you're not worthy of your title, you will change your title. That's what I keep reminding of channel hosts. Seriously now.
Yeah, well, I've explained this to you before, Steve. What attracted me to your channel is that the fact that you're off grid, you know, and I thought maybe, and I could learn some things, even though I'm not going to be living in the environment that you're living in. You know, that's the connection for me.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
We've got
yeah.
somebody coming back chat. And my fucking phone's frozen.
Right, Vandal, you surround yourself with people who lift you up, not people who try to bring you down.
Oh, no way. Fitness, that's why I don't read the comments. They will try every psychological head trick to get you.
Hello, Steve. How you going, mate?
All right, Mark.
Good man.
Hello, Ultra. You all right?
Brother.
What's happening?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, Mark. I'm all right, mate. But I ain't got a channel no more.
I know the feeling, mate. I know the feeling.
What happened? What happened to your channel? What happened to your channel?
Well, the thing was, Fitness, right? People have been pushing this fucking horrible narrative for months and months and months, and I let them get away with it. And I put out a few truths on my channel, a little bit fucking harsh, maybe, but it's like I've had to catch up for fucking a long time. Yeah, and I put a few truths out there, and I got struck and all that kind of business, and my channel was terminated this morning, and people are going around gloating about it on panels. Like
You'll get that, Ultra, but listen, it's not a big deal, is it? It's nothing to worry about.
No, it's not, Mark. Do you know why? Because my StreamYard is separate from my YouTube, so I haven't gone anywhere. I don't have to post any content.
Funny you should say that, because I just tried to come in on Steve's, and then it wouldn't let me in. So I tried again, and this time it let me in, but it said because I was called MK on the cut, remember?
Yeah.
And he just said, no, you've been banned from whatever. So I just tried again, and this time it let me in. So I'm all good.
Here's the thing.
Oh, what? You was banned from StreamYard when you came in?
No, it's YouTube, because they know you're going on to YouTube, you see.
Yeah.
Right.
But
So
here's the
it
thing.
wouldn't. Yeah.
Here's
Sorry,
the thing, Ultra. Here's the thing, Ultra. So that okay, so you obviously have a second channel because you're up on panel now, right?
No, mate. This is a StreamYard account. They're separate, mate.
Oh, I see. So just start another channel.
I don't. Do you know what?
you
Do you
got
know
your
what?
music channel, ain't you?
Oh, mate, Mark, I've had to hide it away because the UK community have been trying to destroy that channel for 2 years, mate.
Well, look. Let's be honest. Let's be real about everyone in this so-called community. I call it the channels. I don't like to call it a community.
No, Mark,
Yeah.
we said it was underground the other week.
Yeah, but carry on anyway, Mark.
Called of not striking anyone or not reporting anyone. It's not my style, and I just wouldn't do it. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? I'm not up to that. You know what snowflakes they must be to be all,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, reporting channels and you said this about me. Go and fuck yourselves, man.
Yeah,
Right.
You know
Mark,
what I mean?
Mark,
If it's
Here's the-
couldn't
hang
do
on,
two
hang on,
monkeys, what
fitness.
they say.
Here's the
Mark,
thing.
Mark, no,
Here's
hang
the
on,
thing.
fitness. Go say something to Mark. Exactly, Mark. You know what I mean? People can give it. Right? They can give it for months and months and months. When they get a little bit back and it hits a raw nerve, you get a little gang of these little fucking snowflakes come in and take your channel down.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, their chums all gather around them and go big up, and start, and their
Yeah.
chums all, I don't know. Fitness, I
Here's-
wanted to go back a bit. I wanted to ask you something.
Go on.
Let me just
Yeah,
say this first, please.
you were
Mark,
going
if I
on
could-
about, there's no, unless you've got millions of subscribers,
Mark,
can't
if
really
you
make money off
if you
YouTube.
Mark, if
That's-
if I could just say this first, please.
Mark,
Here's the
you
thing
ain't
about
fucking kicking off, are you?
here's the thing about having your channel struck or permanently removed. The reality is this: you violated YouTube's terms of service, right? So I don't really, I understand what you're saying about people, striking the channel, but if you didn't violate YouTube's terms of service, your channel came struck or
All
permanently
right.
removed.
Let me give you how my channel went then, Fitness. Let me give you my channel, how it went. Say there was you three on the panel now. I used to do my channel from a boat, yeah? And at the last hour of the thing, I would let you three, I would take myself, I would mute myself because I had about half an hour journey home from the boat, yeah?
Right.
And while I was muted, someone put a porn bomb of some woman shitting in another woman's mouth. Now, how's that to do with me?
I understand what you're saying. There's also situations where you could be muted or you could be distracted for whatever reason, and you have people on panel and they start bringing up subject matters that violate YouTube's service.
Yeah. So I actually never violated nothing. Someone else took my trust. I gave them my trust and they betrayed me. And I didn't cry about it because I sort of half expected the channel not to last long. I was told that very early on. I said, someone who's got a lot of experience in YouTube said you won't last long the way your channels run, which was as much free speech as possible. Yeah.
Well, this is just the way I look at it. This is just the way I look at it. I'm not saying you guys should look at it this way, but the way I look at it is, many people run around on YouTube, they using the word loyalty and trust. How am I to be loyal to somebody I have never even met one time?
Yes, I agree with you.
Fitness. Okay. Hang on, Fitness. Look, hang on, right?
Ultra, no, because you've done this 4 times now. Shut up a minute, please, right?
I can't even get a word in.
Right, hang on a minute, please, right? Now, what I've seen with Mark Kelly's, he is a benefited doubt top geezer, yeah?
I'm not disputing that. I'm just trying to respond to Fitness. Am I not allowed to do that?
Ultra, let the host speak. Come on, mate.
Okay, I'm muting you now, right? Shut up, please. Right? I don't want to start muting you and putting you backstage, right? But you're doing this on purpose, yeah? And it's not fair, right? Now, please, hold back. I'm trying to say something. I'm not trying to shout. I'm not trying to talk over people's. Now, shut up, Ultra. Right then. Now I see Mark Kelly giving people benefit of the doubt for more than a year and a half, yeah, and I've seen people taking the piss and exploiting his platform, and they do it.
I'm not taking the piss out of Mark. I'm trying to respond to something Fitness said.
Shut up,
No,
If you
he's
wanna
not. He's
take- if
not.
you
Well,
wanna
he
take-
knows
if you
that.
wanna
He's know
take-
you're not. He knows that, Ultra. He knows you're not. Go on, Steve.
Okay, and what I see people doing is jealousy. Okay, jealousy. Mark Kelly, I've never seen you put up a PayPal. I've never heard you talk about buy me a coffee. I've never heard you fucking saying I want this from me, from my chatters. Yeah, but the
Yeah.
people that but the channels that are competitive with you are channels that depend on their super chats. They depend on the people that pay you attention, and they form bomb you and they sabotage your platform. The same as
Yeah,
they've
they
done.
certainly did. They certainly did.
So for me personally, so okay. If I'm watching a channel that's like an education channel, I'm learning something. There's for me anyway. There could be value in that channel. But like, how do I say this? Okay, so when I post videos, like exercise videos, I get these channels that suggested my videos, and they're usually these really, really fucking hot chicks wearing virtually nothing, and they're doing like yoga workouts and things like that. And then I go to their channels and I see that they have 18 fucking cash apps posted. They have a wish list. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, look,
Listen,
I
to
just wanted
each
to.
his own. To each his own, or her own.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you something I worked out the other day. I was watching a political channel, a couple of weeks back, and Steve and Ultra will know the guy. There's a guy called George Galloway. Yeah, he's an MP or ex-MP. He knows a lot about. Yeah, no, but what I want to say is, Fitness said, unless you had millions of subscribers, you can't really earn money.
Mark,
now listen to this. Ultra, please let me finish, please. It's only take 30 seconds.
Let me speak afterwards.
Yeah. So let me just finish. Right. Now, he asked, I saw him at the end saying he wanted $4.99 membership. He said, if you like my work, it's basically the price of a cup of tea a week. Now, I looked at his memberships. He had 17,000. That was over a month ago. Sorry, 1,700 at $4.99 a month. Now, I'm gauging he's probably got 1,800 now, maybe 2,000. Now, I worked that out at nearly $9,000 a month. That'd be about $13,000 Fitness a month.
Okay, but
that's not bad money. That's not bad money, is it?
No,
you wouldn't go to. You'd get out of bed for that, wouldn't you, Ultra?
Hold on, hold the phone for a second.
I can't. Hang on. Let me get my fucking word in, right? You see what Fitness was saying earlier? You get people that come on here, right? They get a little bit popular and they think they're going to make money out of YouTube hits and fucking out of engagement time on their videos. Unless there's a shelf time on videos. YouTube is a fast fucking ecosystem, right? A video has got a shelf life of about 24 fucking hours. If you ain't got 24 million fucking hits in 24 hours, you're making nothing. But the thing is, they take so much money off you. That's why people have to go into other areas like merchandising. But over here in the UK, they beg.
What about the memberships, though, Ultra? What I've just explained.
Mark,
it's begging. It's begging, Mark, isn't it?
Mark,
how is that? Hang on a minute, Ultra. That guy is he's a major household name, and he does.
No. If he's got a big hang on, Mark. If he's got a big channel and he's got a good channel and it's got good production value and it adds, it's good to watch. Why not? But you get these people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's earning sorry, Fitness. It works out about $13,000 per month. That's not bad money. It's not bad money.
No, but hold the phone for a second.
It's brilliant money.
Hold the phone for a second. Can you hold the phone?
You wouldn't work again, Ultra, would you?
Can you hold the phone for a second? Can you hold the phone for just a second? Mark, out of that $4.99, the content creator is getting approximately $3.50, not $4.99. YouTube's taking a cut of that, 30% of
what are they taking? What are they taking? Over 30%, aren't they?
I think somewhere I would guesstimate 33%. Now, and I
Is
don't
that for memberships? I know they do that for super chats, but memberships as
yes,
well.
memberships as well. The other thing
Yeah.
is that some channels are begging channels, some channels are not. As far as I see it, if a channel is offering me something like educationally, it may warrant becoming a member or
Right.
sending a super chat, right?
Okay, let's identify the different types of channels. Yeah, they put out the fucking cash apps, the PayPals, and the buy me coffees and the wish lists. Yeah. Now you've got begging channels, and you've got business channels, and then you got out and out fucking conning channels. Yeah. They're not all just fucking begging channels.
Exactly.
There's different standards of these scammers. There's different standards of these con artists. There's different standards of these fucking beggings. Yeah, to understand, business is business. When it comes down to the dollar, people are stooping down to the lowest, and the richest and the most secure, they disable the up and coming. And then it's a dog eat dog world. You get me? Yeah. And
So, and Mark, I'll agree with you. So, with that many members, even at $3.50 a pop, yeah, they're making some money. Sure. I'm not saying, you can make money on YouTube, but you don't necessarily have to have millions of subscribers. I was exaggerating. And it's not, just solely based on your subscribers. How many people are watching your videos? How much money are you making from the AdSense?
Well, he normally gets about 6,000 to 10,000 people watching his lives. He's a household name in Great Britain. You probably might remember him yourself. He absolutely rips your Senate apart when he was accused of.
Don't quote me on this. Don't quote me on this, but I think if you get like 40,000 views per day, right, you would probably make somewhere in the vicinity of $200 a day from YouTube. But don't quote me on that. It's somewhere around there. It also depends on where you are. I do believe if you're in if you're like in East Jabib, America somewhere, I don't think you're going to get as much money from YouTube as
what's that?
If you're in a major city.
You're saying $200. What's that? What's that US? I mean, UK sterling? About one.
I'm going to guess. I'm going to guesstimate probably about 225 pounds.
No. If you get $200, our pound is a lot stronger than your dollar.
Right. So it would be more than 200. It would be. I'm guesstimating about 225.
No, it would be less. It would be less.
It would be less. Okay. All right.
Yeah, because the pound's stronger than the dollar. So if you get $200,
okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm guessing it would probably be about 160, 140, around about that mark.
Okay.
Yeah, there can be money made from it, but it's what you want. I mean, look, I used to go live. I had a few videos about what's going on in the world and things I like. But I used to go live on a Saturday night, and then maybe now and again once in the week. So it was just a once a week show, really. Used to get good figures and good numbers in there, and it was basically. It was a bit about what's going on in the world. The dramas obviously up the numbers. I mean, I wasn't going to say no to the dramas when they came, because although they pissed me off and I used to listen and hear them out and whatever, the numbers used to flock in, and I have to look at what the audience are looking for as well. And that's what they wanted on a Saturday night. So that I never stopped them unless they went overboard. I didn't allow things like, people noncing each other off and kids and all that. I just wouldn't allow that kind of stuff on my channel.
I think Mr.
At least they didn't get muted on your channel, Mark, or fucking kicked backstage, mate. You never did that to me, did you?
No, I listened. I gave it. Everyone had their chance. I didn't care. I had loads of people criticising, say, for instance, Crinkle, or even Steve, even you, Ultra. What you bring? I'm sorry, mate. They've got as much right to be up here as you. They've added to the channel. Let me finish. Let me finish. Please, Ultra. I think they've added to the channel. They've came on the panel and put their piece across. and it was generally people within comment section criticising what had never come onto the chat, never even come onto the panel. And I think, who are you? Who are you
Mark,
to tell me?
That is
Do I
the
know
dynamic.
you? Are you related to me? Are you paying me any money? No, none of the free, so don't tell me what to do.
Mark, yeah, exactly.
Right. Can I just say something a minute? I've just heard Mark Kelly's voice rising because he's trying to continue talking. Now, to hear Mark Kelly going through what I've gone through.
I can't even talk. I'll jump off. I'll catch you later, Mark.
All right. Bye, Ultra.
So long, Ultra.
Right. Now, to compete, to talk is very desperate. When you're passionate about saying something, it's very, very we're gonna say it. Yeah, and I do not like to hear that distress in Mark Kelly's voice.
I wasn't distressed, honestly, Steve. I wasn't. Trust me, I wasn't. I was just trying to get the point finished. Ultra was obviously passionate as well. He wanted to say his piece. So, if he's out there, get him back up. I was just trying to finish the last bit, which was, these people what seem to think they can tell you what to do. You've never met them. They're not your friends. They're not related to you. They don't pay you any money. They never even come in the chat, some of them. Some of them, they've never been on the panel, and then they're telling you what you should do. Who are they? You know what I mean? Who are they? Do you go about your business, and I'll go about mine? Simple as that. Criticise all you want, because it will fall on deaf ears. It's not such a big deal, is it? It's a bit of fun on a Saturday evening. That's the way I looked at it.
From my perspective, I think that, like when I come on panel, depending on the subject matter, most of the time I'm lending my opinion. It's just my opinion. I'm not trying to get anybody to agree with my opinion. Everybody has their own opinions. But now if we're talking about a subject like fitness, I am a fitness professional. This is what I do for a living and have for going on 33 years now. So when it comes to that, I will make factual statements, not just opinions. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I don't know. It's
right. Can I say something? Right. Right then. Now, out of respects, I got a little bit impatient with Ultra because, like, Ultra's, I've got history with Ultra. There's a one-on-one, like going back more than a year now on this channel, right? Now, Ultra knows that Mark Kelly has the opportunity coming to this panel to talk very sensible with Fitness After 60. I'm going to give these two gentlemen time so they can get to know each other. Ultra could have been a gentleman and showed the same manner. Okay, we know Ultra's Ultra, and Ultra's in come down mode from like all the highness of YouTube. I give Ultra benefit of the doubt, but Mark Kelly and Ultra, you two are intelligent peoples and you got intelligent things to talk about. So this is a totally different freaking kettle of fish that me and Ultra's capable of.
If I could say this, based on what Ultra said, right? We all have good days and bad days. It sounds like maybe he wasn't having the best of days. His channel was just recently permanently removed. But like I said earlier, if your channel is removed, you or somebody on your panel, right, or somebody that was trying to get on panel and porn bond you, violated YouTube's service agreement. It's on the content creators. It's the content creators' responsibility to try to ensure that doesn't happen. So one way you can do that is by not having people on the panel, right? Then nobody can porn bomb you, right? Nobody can say something that violates YouTube's service agreement if you're distracted or you step away for a minute, right? So there's a myriad of factors, but at the end of the day, it's the content creator's responsibility to make sure that stuff doesn't happen. If you think about it, I mean, if you're going to be fair.
Listen, I agree. Go on, sorry. I agree with you in a certain way, but what we've got in today's YouTube now is a sort of no tolerance of anything. They want to, because of all these complaints and people moaning about the slightest little thing, it's now caused online safety bill, and they're all going to utilize it. What's the point? You know what I mean? What is the point?
A year and a half ago, Mark Kelly, I was saying this a year and a half ago when I detached myself from many circles attached to the snitching, bitching, grassing, and ratting fucking bitching channels, yeah? And that's what I called them, yeah? And I softened it up by calling them milkshakers. Do you get me? You know, like things like this, yeah? And I started electing people for fucking for president and prime minister and things like this because like we love you now, but wait until you're in that seat of fucking conviction. You get me? Yeah. When you're responsible, we're gonna hate you. You know, you're gonna be the target. Yeah. And I made these little jokes with particular hosts in their chats, and people were following and encouraging, and it backfired on them because they never understood my poetry.
I like to say this is that type of behavior is not unique to YouTube. It's across any social media platform. So I think, you know, the reality is this is behavior in society as a whole, right? Even if you're not on a social media platform, I think the pandemic has some responsibility for this, people's reaction to it. And I also think technology in and of itself, you know, it allows people to express their opinions and share things, right? But it also gives the bad people it's kind of like a safety thing where they can, you know, spout hate and this, that, and the other thing from behind the safety of their computer screen. Most of these people would not say these things to your face, right?
No, of course they wouldn't. Of course they wouldn't.
You know, and then the other thing is too is that, you know, if you're going to be involved in one of these communities or genres where this is par for the course, well, you know, if you lay down and sleep with dogs, you're going to wake up with fleas, right? I mean, you know, it is what it is. I mean,
well, you know, I'm all against this reporting and thingy. I don't like it. I've never done it. You know, and I just think, well, why should other people do it? And even though I'd never done it, I got a few privacy complaints, and I didn't know who done it and why they came, and I just thought, what's wrong with it? So there's some, and then one of my live streams, halfway through it, got age restricted, that you had to show your credit card or your passport to watch the rest of it. And it was an absolute classic. It was funny as hell what went on in the last hour, but no one got the chance to see it because they was all age restricted. And that was someone had done that. Someone had somehow done something and got it age restricted. So I just thought, well, what are these guys up to? What's going on behind the scenes?
I remember, Mark, a few months ago, you asked me, because people had mentioned that I'd been reporting and striking your channel, yeah? I never have ever strike any channel.
I believe you. I believe you. I believe in you on that, Steve.
Listen,
not my fucking style. Not my style. I don't wish it upon anybody. I don't.
Mark, hang on. Can I say something? You know when it comes down to striking channels.
When I was involved in a community that thrives upon that bullshit,
you might learn something. You might learn something.
Where I met Fitness After 60, I can assure you now, yeah, he knows exactly what I'm talking about, Mark Kelly. Yeah, I went into that particular chat blind because I recognized the two people. They were associated good that I recognize. MRE, yeah, which is Mob Rats Exposed, and Little Shit Stirrer. Okay, so I recognize those two good peoples were connected with this other person, yeah, and this other person was kind of being promoted, so I went over to that person and I met Fitness After 60, yeah? And right, but that community and that genre, I swear down now, they're living up to their reputation of the 60s. You get me?
If I could say this, you know, like I've had to several times not post like a workout video. Let's say I'm in the park and I do like, you know, a nice workout video, but during the video, some guy or girl drives by with a car blasting music with the windows open, and I'm like, oh boy, I checked to see that song. You have to get permission to use it, so I can't post this video. Now, if I'm stupid and I post that video and my channel gets struck, whose fault is it? Mine. It's my fault. You understand what I'm saying? It's my fault, right? Because you're not allowed to post videos with uncopyrighted music, whether you're playing the music or somebody else is playing the music. It doesn't matter.
So, that's something sort of innocent, though, isn't it? We're talking more darker forces at work.
Yeah. Yes. No.
Yeah. That's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
But like
Yeah.
it goes back to YouTube service agreement. You know, people. You know, everybody's. Whoever, you got a channel, you do what you want with it. But at the end of the day, it's your channel, but it's YouTube's platform. Without the platform, you don't have a channel.
No, fitness. You know, I'm going to say something, right? We all know it's about what is it, terms and conditions and YouTube policies, right? But over in the UK, people break them all the time. But the thing is, it wheedles out the grasses from the people that take it as banter. Because the thing is, when you put out somebody and they come and snitch on your channel, it gives you their full fucking name and address. So you know who the snitches are. I never would strike a channel.
Yeah. Yeah, so it gives you the name and address, doesn't it? Yeah, not the address, but the name of the person.
I say
no, sorry, not the name. No, I meant email address, Mark. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, the thing is, Mark, right? You can have privacy strikes, right? I knew I was going to get hit with privacy strikes. You've seen my image, mate, me with the glasses on, with a beard, over every channel on YouTube for probably the past 6 fucking months. If I was a little bitch ass, I'd go around doing privacy strikes at all those channels. But to do that privacy strike, you have to send in a picture of yourself to Google so you can prove who you are. And then they also want to know a lot more, a lot more, in case it has to go legal. And if it goes legal, your details will be submitted in an email. So I'm at the other end going, oh, I know your name now, but I knew your name anyway. Some people have got no fucking shame. Do you know what I mean? You've got no shame. I can prove it every time. So I don't strike channels. I don't believe in it.
No.
Here's the problem with most people who get struck. They don't really read YouTube's terms of service. Right? I'll give you another example. I wanted to post. I saw 2 guys fist fighting in the street, and I filmed it, but I didn't post it. You know why? Because I'm assuming it was probably the kid's father. There was a guy and a kid standing there watching it. Because there was a kid standing there, if I post that and somebody complains, I'm going to get struck. You got to understand what you know. And if you don't like YouTube's terms of service, then don't use YouTube. Don't open a channel.
You're not fitness. You're not getting what I'm trying to say. I said my face, and I've had doxers out there trying to dox my home address for fucking months now, right? And as soon as I make a little bit of a statement towards it, and just make a couple of funny videos. They were nothing fucking harsh. One video I shouldn't have released, but I put it in the fucking mix. I knew I was going to get struck for that one, but my channel didn't get taken down on 3 copyright notice strikes. It got taken down on 2 copyright notice strikes and 5 privacy issues.
Well, here's the thing, you Ultra, right? Before you type,
I knew exactly what I was doing. Fitness. Okay. My point is, I've actually proved to myself I know where all the hostility came from, so it doesn't bother me.
Okay, but here's the thing. What I mean? Yeah, here's the thing. Before you type into a chat room for the first time, there's like a blue box. There's like a blue box, and it says something to the effect of YouTube.
Don't break the terms and conditions and policies. Yeah, we see that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. YouTube, it says something to this effect. They recommend that you protect your privacy.
Yeah.
And if you decide not to protect your privacy, then what happens. So you should follow what YouTube is saying.
I know what you're saying, and we all understand that. But in a perfect world, it doesn't apply, mate. People are beyond that. They don't listen to that kind of shit, and they don't fucking care.
Ultra,
YouTube is toxic.
Ultra, there is no perfect. Ultra, the world is not perfect.
I never said it was.
It's no such thing. There is no perfect world. So.
Well, I said if the world was perfect.
Well, if the world was perfect, it would be a boring world, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Well, no, I tell you what, it fucking would, mate, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But you know, yeah,
We'd all be listening to hip hop and
but
like
you know what?
walking around in black Under Armour and trainers and that.
In
Yeah.
some sense, it is a perfect world, yeah, but we confuse ourselves with all the complications and the choices that's available to us. And in the last 20 to 30 years, yeah, there's been a lot more changes in availability of the choices worldwide. So it's even more confusing and baffling to our purpose when you got so many choices.
Yeah, Steve. But the thing is, all these choices, they're all designed to make money for other people and not yourself.
Only because there's money as a confusion, as a distraction. Yeah, if you've got a fucking like imagine, yeah, not ever seeing the sunshine, and then all of a sudden the sunshine's there for you to see. Yeah, you're gonna be dazed by it for fucking a long time until you get realized that there's more important things. Yeah. Now, what you're learning in England, for example, now, yeah, is a social examination and a social experiment.
Experiment.
No, listen to me, right? And you'll learn something. Talk over to me, and you distract me.
No, I won't learn
And
anything, actually, mate. I won't learn a thing, to be fair.
Wow, right
Hello.
on the action. That was the first time I was silent.
Come on, for fuck's sake, Steve.
That was one of them awkward moments.
That was one of them tumbleweed things, wasn't it? Steve, for fuck's sake, it was pissing about. Fucking hell, chill out, bro.
that was an experiment. That was an experiment. That was an experiment. That was an experiment. Okay, you want to take over, Ultra? Take over. Enlighten us, educate us. But at the moment, all you're doing is proving yourself to be a fucking distraction and a gobshite. So happy days. Continue educating us. Yeah, you will shine. Mirror, mirror. Happy days. Yeah, you're a bully of yourself. Yeah, you don't shine a beautiful light upon yourself at the moment, Ultra.
I don't actually see how I bully people, Steve, but mind you, mate, you must have this gang mentality of a fucking, I don't know, a weird community, to be fair.
Actually, Steve, I wanted to bring something up. Is when I was last on, your mate with the beard came on, and we all went over to that American channel. Is it Z Animations?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought his intro was absolutely fantastic. I thought it was brilliant, man. I would like to use it when on my first stream to hit that. If I could chat to him, say, look, can I use your intro? I thought it was brilliant.
Citizen Z Animations, maybe Jamie Sawyer with the spanner or Vandal the Land with the spanner have got the link for
yeah, no, I subbed to him. I subbed to him because I just liked his. I mean, you guys, there was a beef going on. I don't know what was going on, but I mean, obviously they're sort of weed.
Can I tell you?
Yeah, they're sort of older weed smoking hippie types. You know, decent guys and that. But I listened for a little while because I didn't really know what the beef was about. I left. But I loved his intro. I thought it was fantastic.
Can I tell you? Can I round it up?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so within the communities, fitness after 60, you'll know of this individual if I mentioned his name. His name was Wiresoft. Wiresoft freaking Wirelight Software Gaming or something like this.
Actually, I'm not familiar with that account.
Now he's going under the gaming programming freaking guru. Okay, but anyways, this fella he came into many circles in Americans and Canadian communities and karaoke's, charming his way through gaining the trust of people, only to be conning and cheating and being an out and out bullshit and liar. And so by conning and simping on the ladies, he got outed. Yeah, and it took a lot of a lot of patience and time to sort of to do what they did, and that's what that evening was out about. Yeah, Motor City Maniac. I've known that fella for more than a year and a half. Been socializing with himself on YouTube for more than a year and a half. Met him from Devo's Weed Chronicles, and we have a good online friendship, only through YouTube. You get me,
You know,
Jack?
listen, the way I see it is this, and I'm not suggesting anybody else should see it this way, but you know, in life and on YouTube or any social media platform, some people will like me and some people won't. So be it. Okay. You know, and like as a content creator, if you're looking to pick up subscribers and become monetized and all of that, I think it's your job to give the people what they want, right? If you have a group of people that like exercise, so then you post exercise videos, right? You give them what they want and they'll come back. You know, but if you're a drama channel and you have, you know, your subscribers are into drama, so you give them drama. That'll keep them coming back. You know, it's different strokes for different folks. That's it.
We've got a prime example of what's going on here. Yeah, is people seem to think I'm part of their property because I walked through their community. Yeah, and they bring their drama here and they bring their drama seeking attitudes here, and they always did from day one. And
They do the same thing. They do the same thing to me, Steve. They'll say, your channel is MobTube. And then they'll say, wait a minute, hold the phone. I interact with MobTube, but show me one video, show me one community post that is even remotely connected to MobTube. You ain't going to find it, and you never will, because it'll never be posted. Yes, I interact with that genre, but I am not. My channel is not that genre. There's a difference.
Exactly. And this is what I said. I've explored maybe 800 YouTube channels. This channel is built up for people that choose me. Yeah. I don't persuade or fucking send messages to anybody to join me. I set up a live and random people join me. But it's not random people, because it's people that I've met through channels that I've been to. And yet people want to drag me into the dramas that they're involved in. And, you know, like, there's no cure for that. You know, like there was a cure when I was involved in those circles, but I was singled off in those circles. So I'm no longer involved in those circles. I walk through them. Leave those circles behind me. You know, don't, you know, like happy days.
But here's the other thing that happens. You know, like usually it happens in the comment section. People misconstrue what others are saying a lot, and also like I'll give you an example. I posted a video recently of a horse pulling a carriage in Central Park. I posted a couple of them. And one of them, I got a girl sent me a message. She was pissed off that I was posting this video because it's cruelty to animals. And it is, I agree. But she didn't look at the video very closely, because if she did, she would have noticed that I was actually not blocking the carriage from passing me, but making it go around me. And then the guy that was in the carriage being pulled around gave me a dirty look. And that's the reason why he gave me a dirty look. She thought I was condoning the abuse of animals. So, you know, we went back and forth with comments, and then finally she understood. I had to spell it out in detail. You know, but she was right. She said I probably should have left a message in the comment section explaining that, so that I would have, you know, not been in that situation, whatever. Like I said before, you can't make everybody happy. Some people will like you, some people won't. Some people will like what you post, some people won't. So be it. That's it.
Yeah.
So, you know, and if you don't like what I'm posting on my channel, just don't come to my channel. If I don't like what somebody is saying on their channel or doing, then I don't go to their channel anymore. That's it.
Can we give Ultra a few minutes to get off his chest what he wants to say? Because I can feed him and hear him keep trying to chirp in. What are you saying, Ultra? Yeah, right.
I said a few minutes ago, I think Ultra may not be having the best day necessarily because his channel was removed. So I can understand that and sympathize with that. So, you know, anybody, right? Nobody, you know, sometimes we have good days, sometimes we have bad days. It's probably best when we're having a bad day not to go on a panel. It's probably best.
What you want about? Because I lost my channel.
One thing that brings me and Mark Kelly, one thing that I paid attention to.
Come on, let me have my 2 minutes, mate.
Mark Kelly lives on the boat, right? And this is the main interest of that guy's.
Yeah.
What are you playing at, Ultra?
Well, I
Ultra,
just
what
walked
do you
out of the room and you said, get something
Ultra,
off your
what do you
chest, and Fitness is going,
Ultra,
hey guys, I think Ultra had a bad day, he lost his channel. And it's
Ultra,
like, for fuck's sake, I'm as
Ultra,
bothered as Mark Kelly was bothered that he
Ultra,
lost his channel.
Ultra, Ultra, what are you fucking playing at? You crying, simping bastard. What are you crying about now?
Right, why don't you shut your fucking skinny
Right.
little gob, you?
No.
Listen. If I offended you, Ultra, I didn't mean to. I'm speculating. I don't know. I don't know. I've never even met you. I'm just speculating. So maybe I shouldn't speculate. In fact, I shouldn't speculate. But like you
Like
know,
it.
everybody, whether you lost your channel or not, everybody has their good days and their bad. And like I said before, when I'm having a bad day, I know it's best if I stay off of any panel, right? So that's
Well,
it.
I don't think he's having a bad day. It's Ultra. That's how he is. He's
Thank you,
not
Mark
worried
Kelly.
about
Thank
his
you, Mark
channel.
Kelly.
He's
Thank
not
you, Mark
worried about
Kelly.
it. Yeah, Ultra's he just wanted to get his piece in basically, and his piece is that what I think he was missing the point. Fitness. It wasn't. He knows the terms, conditions of YouTube. He's saying what people the snowflakes. They're out there. They want to slag people off, but if you slag them back, they don't like it,
Oh, of
and they
course not.
report channels for putting
Well,
But
pictures
Mark
up.
Kelly,
I mean, no,
but Mike,
listen, he's right in one thing he said. He said about his pictures. There was one channel, and every person on the panel was a picture of Ultra, which was quite amusing. I'm sure he found it quite amusing, to be quite honest.
the way I see it is this: if you're going to involve yourself with a drama channel, you have to understand that people that feed on drama are insecure and usually jealous. So if you're going to, like I said earlier, lay down and sleep with dogs, you're going to end up with fleas. Plain and
right. Can
simple.
I make something clear here now? Can I make something clear here now? Mark Kelly, you will witness this, and you will witness this exclusively, right? Now, understanding this fella Ultra came to this channel more than a year ago, and he was taking sanctuary because other channels that he was fucking seeking for drama, purposely seeking drama with them peoples. And I'm saying to you peoples now, the channels that he attaches himself to, a lot of the time, they're drama seeking channels. And the people that he goes around upsetting sends their trolls here. Yeah. And they fucking love it. Yeah. It's a bitching game between them. Yeah. And one minute he's best pals with them, and then he's fucking falling out with them. Okay. And it's like more than a year that I've been absorbing this behavior from him. Okay. He comes in here to relax because he knows that he gets benefited out one-on-ones. And that's the counseling that he needs.
Well, listen, this is the second time I've been on panel with Ultra, right? The first time we had a great conversation. You know,
He
we were
will, yeah.
talking about fitness and this, that, and the other. And but you know,
But he gets overconfident, though. He gets overconfident. He gets bored and distant, and then he gets all back into his drama attitude. He gets a few beers and a smoke into him. He doesn't eat properly, like you listen to him, like, and he like, sure, man. Oh dear.
listen, I hope he didn't think, you know, take anything that I said as insulting him because I was not.
It's nothing to do with
So
you. He's a 50-plus-year-old man. Yeah. Anything that you've said, he's heard before. Do you get me? Yeah. He's rather intelligent, in tuned fella. But like seriously, yeah. Like
He won't be
he needs a
upset.
woman. That's
Don't
what he
worry.
needs. He needs a fucking woman, or he needs a good shafting up the rear end. That's what he needs. Yeah.
Okay.
listen, I say what I said based on experience because I myself have gotten involved in the past with drama channels, and I've gone on panels and lit up, yelling and screaming and acted a fool. You
Yeah.
know, but you live and you learn.
Yeah. Me too. Right. I
Yeah.
wanted to say that, yeah, when I first learned about Mark Kelly, yeah, I learned that he was living on the boat, he was having boat issues. And it took him more than a year to get that fucking engine up and going. Did it or did it not, Mark Kelly?
It did, yeah, but I don't live on a boat, Steve. I live in a. I live. The boats are hobbies for me. I used to
Yeah.
live on a boat many years ago, but they're mainly. I used to. Basically, I'll buy a bit of an old clapped out boat and do it up a bit and make a couple of quid on it. And if you actually look at it, Steve, I don't really make any money once
Yeah.
all the costs and whatever. But it's what you call a sort of bit of an asset if everything goes correct.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you
I
sell
know.
it, you buy it for a few thousand, sell it for maybe 1,000 more. You've made a bit of money, but in the long scheme of things, you've made nothing really. It's just a part of being a bit of a hobbyist. It's something I like doing. It's a bit of escapism, if you might. But some people don't have anything; they just have,
Yes.
a
Yes.
screen.
Yes, exactly what I'm trying to describe there. Yeah, like sorry for using you living on a boat. No, it's a houseboat. Yeah, it's a house. It's suitable for a houseboat.
I think that's cool. I think that's cool. That's
Yeah,
alluring to me. That's
Yeah, I
interesting.
did. I did before fitness many years ago when I finished with my ex, and I basically had nowhere to live. And I was sofa surfing. I could have went back and stayed at my dad's, but you don't really do that when you're sort of in your 40s. It's because so I decided to. I rented a place for a while, and the rents where I live is absolutely it's taking all your money away virtually. So I decided, fuck it, I'll buy a small boat, and I lived on it during the summer. Well, I lived on it for out of the 12 months, I think it was around about 8-9 months, and then I would stay 3 months at a flat I could rent for a few months, or stay at my dad's, depending what really what was available and money wise and job wise. So it was nice though. I got to say, living on the boat in the summer was absolutely, you wake up to birds, and the fox and stoats and stuff like that. It was really nice.
Yeah, and the water, right? It's
Yeah,
yeah.
sun beaming in. It's beautiful.
And
yeah,
for me, if I was living on a boat, I would actually like when like a medium-sized storm came in and I was falling asleep and the boat was rocking a little bit in the waves. I'd actually like that. Anyway,
Yeah, yeah. Well, I used to stay with a girl. She lived up in Chelsea, which is a real posh area. She was quite a posh girl as well, but her mum had owned a boat on it's Cheney Walk. They're still there, all these boats. They've been there since the 50s. And what was, we'd go to parties and end up back at this boat of, a good few of us, and these parties would go on for a couple of days. And when the tide came in, fucking hell, it was like being on the Titanic. The party was rocking. It was
right.
all over the shop, but it was good. It was good fun. When you're younger, in your 30s, and that, it was great.
Yeah, many decades ago, I used to work. I got a job as a security guard overnight on a yacht. It was like 135 feet, if I remember correctly. And that I did that for a couple of months, and then one day they had two yachts, and one of them would take people out on tours, and the bartender didn't show up, and they asked me if I would work as a bartender on the yacht. So I switched over to that. I don't drink alcohol. Oh yeah, because I don't drink alcohol at all. Yeah, it was cool. We would take people like up to West Point to a football game, and like I would serve them like mimosas on the way up, and then on the way back, they would get fucking trashed.
Which state are you in?
I'm in New York City, New York State.
Oh, New York City, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
because my end goal is actually to take a sailing ship across the Atlantic and
nice.
Go Bermuda through the Triangle and end up in the Caribbean. That's what I'm aiming to do in the next, before I'm 60 anyway. So I've got about 7, 8, 9 years to get to that point. So, about 8.5 years.
I'm honored you've
Sa-
shared that here, but
Yeah.
yeah,
sailing
I
through
like to
the
listen to progressives like that.
sailing
If
through,
you listen
sailing
to
through the
Fitness After Six, he's looking at going to the application trails.
Appalachian Trail. Yeah, but sailing through the Bermuda Triangle, that scares the living shit out of me. I don't think I'd have the balls to do that.
Well, you have to if you want to. Well, you can go a different route, but
I know.
yeah.
I'm
Well, listen. You got in life. You only live once, and if you're going to sit in front of a screen for the rest of your life, what's the point?
yeah, no,
You know,
life
you,
life
It may
is a
well
risk.
be a windscreen, eh? It may well be a windscreen going through the Bermudas rather than
Yeah,
a fucking
yeah.
PlayStation screen.
The way I like to say that is life is a risk. You can either take risks or you can exist sitting on your hands. The thing is, though, for me, I think it's best to take calculated risks, right? You just if you just take your haphazard. That's not the right word. If you take calculated risks, I think that's the best approach to risk taking. And yes, life is a risk; it's a gamble, the way I see it. Like if you don't take risks, like I said before, you're just going to sit on your hands and exist, right?
yeah,
Life
definitely, yeah,
life is short; it will pass you by, and then you'll be an old man, and you'll be, oh, I wish I did this, I wish I did that. Oh, it's too late.
yeah.
It's too late.
Shit, true enough, true enough. There's certain things I look back on and I thought, man, you know what? I wished I would have done that, and we didn't. And you know, I've always said to my kids, like when we go on holiday, if there's anything they want to do, let's do it, because we're on a place where you get the chance to do it, and we won't get a chance to do it again until we're somewhere else. You know, if it's something like, getting up on a hot air balloon, or doing a bit of water skiing, I say, look, go for it, man, because where we live, you're not going to get the chance to do that again for a long time, until again we visit some sort of beach area. So I always say, let's go for it.
Yeah, well, for me, right, personally, and once again, I'm not suggesting anybody else should think this way or live this way, but in order to live life at its fullest, right, you need the money that you need to do the different things, to experience different things. But as you get older, if you haven't kept yourself in shape, you can't do things like, I don't know, walk the Appalachian Trail. You're not physically capable of it.
Yeah.
So I think it's extremely important as we get older to maintain a level of fitness that allows us to continue to take those types of risks, so to speak. Right?
Well, look, what you just said there, fitness, is I used to play a lot of golf. I don't play no more. It's, it takes a lot of time, and it's quite expensive as well, but it takes a lot of your time up. But I still play in 2 tournaments a year, not professional tournaments. They're called society days, where there's a group of 30 or 20 of, guys. Memorials. They're close to me, these people. I never say them on YouTube because I know there's sick persons out there. But anyway, what I've realized is the age group of these societies are between around about 30 and 60 years of age. Yeah. And I'm looking at, when there's some of these courses don't have buggies, because we use different courses, is I look at some of them, and some of them are in their 40s and 50s, and they've walked, they say you walk about 4.5 miles if you play 18 holes of golf, an average. They're absolutely fucked. They can't even walk. And they all of them, the ones what come round like that, they all share one thing. Do you know what that is?
What's that?
They're all overweight, every one of them. They're all, every
I-
single one of them.
Yeah. Well, I'm 63 years old, right? And I'll have, like, here on YouTube, people will say, "What the fuck is wrong with you? You're riding around on a bicycle." Well, I do it because I can. And you're complaining and bitching and moaning about it because you can't. Plain and simple. They'll say, you know, they'll say things like, all you do is exercise. Really? You know me? Are you fucking kidding me? The reason why they're saying that is because they're lazy asses and don't exercise. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, like I said earlier, there's some good people on YouTube. They're not all bad, but you have to be aware of the fact that there's a lot of people walking around in society, whether they're psychopaths or sociopaths or narcissists, who use social media as a tool to manipulate many people at once. You know what I'm saying? So, and when you're dealing with somebody that doesn't have a conscience, if you don't realize that they don't have a conscience, you're gonna get fucked. Plain and simple.
What, Mark Kelly, yeah. If you like that Motor City Maniacs, yeah, like right, I was on his live this morning, and I had a great adventure. I filmed it live on his live streaming this morning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, Tarot Destroyer left a comment. Fitness after 60. May I ask you a question for news purposes? Now, here's how I'm going to respond to that, Tarot. If Steve would be willing to let you come up on panel and ask me a question. Okay?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll send a personal invite. How's that sound? Yeah, I think it's still Facebook. Yeah, is that it? Yeah, that's a StreamYard link. There you go. There's a personalized StreamYard link. Now, Fitness After 60. You may recognize that same worded question has come up a second time, but a different.
Yes. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. That's why I answered it that way this time. Right?
Education and experience. Did you know? Yeah, I know that Mark Kelly's heard me before. Yeah, but I grew up in Ireland, where like I explored sailing, kayaking, working on fishing boats, from small shrimp boats about 20 foot up to about 160 foot was the biggest boat I worked on, and spent like 2 weeks out at sea. In the year 1999 and the year 2000, I had river boats up on the canals of Norwich in England, living on houseboats for around 2 years. So, I've got a fair bit of boating experience myself, to get me.
How did you cope at sea, Steve? Was you all right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I was only seasick once. Yeah, and that was like a really bad storm. One of my early, I think it was actually my first trawler that I worked on, and it was like been drinking for the weekend before, and then like out at sea, then on weak stomach, smelling the fucking mixed grill cooking all that bacon fat and stuff like that, and really bad storm. I'm leaving. Yeah, I'm leaving the fucking the mess, like, and the skipper, he's coming down fucking the captain's fucking viewpoint, and he's coming down the outside ladder. He's opening the door as I'm opening the door, and I've just projectile vomited straight all over him.
Oh, Jesus.
When I was working on the shrimp boats, the shrimp boat that my mate's brother had, yeah, we were catching the peelers, the velvets, and their crab, shrimp, brown crab, and lobster, and then we had salmon net. Yeah. Now I used to pretend to be seasick for all the tourists, all the sailors during the summer, like really like pretending, like fucking to have fun out. Yeah. And yeah, my skipper loved it. But that one time fucking not pretending, the skipper didn't like me much for that.
Yeah. It's tough. See, this is what I was a little bit concerned about, being at sea. I was reading some of the things of the guys who were at sea who done it, who crossed the Atlantic on their own, and it said, I've said it to you before, is because they're all alone. It starts freaking them out after 20 days, seeing nothing but sea.
Listen,
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
It seems that the Ultra is a little bit upset with me. Listen, Ultra,
He's
if I
not
said
upset.
anything that offended you, I apologize. That was not my intention. So I, I don't know. I would just let it go. Whatever.
Hey, fitness, please, yeah. For this one occasion, ignore the bollocks, yeah. He's a drama queen, like I explained to you, yeah. He's picking drama, yeah. If you pay attention to June last year, you will see I lost contact of about 10 people because of that fucking gobshite and his drama. Okay, American and Canadian friends, yeah. They just dropped me like a fucking hot scone because of him and his drama. Seriously, bro. Yeah, I don't share no compassion for fucking these drama bitches. Yeah, they get snitching and bitching on because they fucking deserve it. Because they're a bunch of snitching, bitching, crybaby bastards. Yeah, let him reap what he's rewarding.
Mm,
In my opinion.
yeah. Well,
Don't let him put it on your fitness.
nah.
Seriously, not.
That wasn't my intention. I'm sorry. Anyway,
Yep.
the
You're
last thing I wanted to do was come up on panel and upset anybody or get into an argument with anybody. I don't think we were going to get into an argument, but
no.
uh,
It
that's
is
not
what it
that's
is,
not
fitness.
enjoyable to me. It's not
What
enjoyable.
it is. What it is, fitness. Yeah, you've heard myself say, and you've heard Mark Caddy give his description of the fella. Yeah, we're both experienced with the fella for some time, possibly about the same amount of time, and I'm possibly a little bit more intensely involved with Ultra than Mark Caddy because I gives Ultra all day, every day if he's available. But like, yeah, it's understanding. Yeah, like what you're experiencing now, he's just trying to start. Yeah. He's bored, he's lonely, he's had a drink, he's had a smoke, he's got no woman, he's got no friends. Yeah, he's stuck in his apartment, he works from a computer. Happy days. Yeah, he does it in online fucking shopping. He hasn't got an active life. He thinks going to the bar for a beer or two, like chatting up the barmaids is an active lifestyle. He's a gobshite. He needs to
Well,
grow up and being a
well,
fucking mummy.
well, well, like I said, this is only the second time I've been on panel with him. The first time I was on panel, we had a great conversation. I think we spoke for probably nearly 2 hours. Excuse me.
Hey, Steve, he must have a bit of a level of fitness, Ultra, because he done a live stream walking pretty fast for about 4.5 hours. So he's not, I think he said he's 56. So he must have some level of fitness to walk
Yeah,
Yes, he
for
does. He
four
was
and a
quite
half
knowledgeable.
hours at a good pace
He
as well.
he, he was quite
I know that.
knowledgeable when it comes to fitness, for sure. Definitely.
Yeah,
Quite
he's
I
not.
know.
knowledgeable
He's
on the
not. He's
subject.
not. I wouldn't call him a sort of couch potato type guy. He's a guy. When I see, I thought, well, I remember tuning into his channel, and he was walking around the town wherever he was, and he was walking, and I just went off. And 4 hours later, he was still walking around. So I wouldn't say
Last
he's
year,
no couch potato.
talking to him for the last year, I swear down now, he's isolated himself for some time, living in a fucking isolated environment, yeah, and that's how he be living. I swear down now, yeah. And he said of recent time that he's going to get himself back out and put him back himself back in order. Yeah? So good luck to him, you get me, yeah. Going on a fucking 4 mile walk, I do that every day, fucking 3 times a day, bro.
So
No
Yeah,
let's.
well,
problem.
I'd say he could do that every day as well.
Another
Yeah,
thing I'd like to touch base on is I've run into this a lot where people will, say this person's bad or this, that, or the other thing. And I'm like, okay, so I understand that they had a bad experience with that person or experiences with that person, but I'll make up my own mind. Thank you very much. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a
Just
very
because
good point.
Jack doesn't like Sally doesn't mean I'm not going to like Sally.
that's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. But you got to understand, yeah. He's got two. He's had 2 channels. He's lost 2 channels. Why is he? What? Why is it? Why? Like, if people were hunting him to attack him, where are they gonna show me any mercy? They'll end up attacking my channel for what? For what? That's how That's how YouTube people have been playing, and he's bringing that to me, and he's doing it on purpose because
And
he
it
knows
goes.
he's going to get a reaction out of it,
It,
and
it, it,
it's been. No
it,
matter
it,
how many times I called and I said, please, enough is enough. Stop now. Yeah, because I knew what he was doing.
the other thing too that I like to say is that, like, just like, so
This is a heads up.
maybe Steve, you like somebody that I don't like, right?
Yeah.
In that situation, I keep my mouth shut. Okay. And just because I don't like them and you do, so what?
Right.
You see, but
So
unfortunately, in a lot of these genres, it's so cliquish that you gotta
Right.
like the people that the content creator likes, and you gotta dislike those people that they dislike. Come on, man. What am I?
Exactly. Do you
What
know
am I in
what,
fucking
Fitness?
sixth grade over here?
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
So
Fitness, you're bang on that. I mean, look, let's just take me and Steve, for instance. There's loads of people I'm good with what Steve doesn't like, but that's not going to cloud his judgment about me, and I'm not going to cloud my judgment about
Exactly.
Steve. He's always been fine with me, so I give him
Exactly.
the respect that he gives me. So that's the
Exactly.
way it runs with me, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
exactly.
that's how it should be. But
And that's
when
how
you
I
when
am with
it's
everybody. That's how I am with everybody. If I'm giving you a heads up from my earnings from more than a year of an interaction with somebody, then that is a valid opinion rather than just somebody. And rather than like talking about it tomorrow, we're talking about it as it's happened. So it's relevant. Okay. And so it isn't something just to be brushed under the carpet, in my opinion. Yeah. My opinion is at the moment is a valid opinion. I'm not going anywhere else to talk about it. I'm dealing with it here. Hmm?
yeah.
Absolute.
So when you're on YouTube, like especially in the drama genres, right, or channels, you've got people who are extremely insecure. You've got jealous people. You've got people that are drunk out of their minds or using some kind of drugs, and you really don't know because you can't see them, right? They might put their mic on mute and then go snort a line of whatever powder they're snorting and then come back and you don't know. You know what I'm saying? I mean, sometimes you can tell they're intoxicated on something, but you have no idea what. So anyway, I take it with a grain of salt.
Yep.
That's
Good
all.
stuff. I don't want to judge your. I don't want to corrupt your judgment. I don't want to choose your friends and stuff like that. That's not what I'm doing. But what I did share is an experience of knowledge. Okay, from experiences, and yeah. But these people, they seem to do this for attention. Yeah, they take over your platform, so they get, And for me, like I gave warning, you two, you yourself, Fitness and Mark Kelly, both have intelligence that you can share. At the time, I felt Matey Boy was inappropriate for the conversations that are available. Yeah, the educational conversations that you two have got available, same as yeah. Myself and Ultra, we can talk shit all day, but other people got different heads. And when it comes to trolling and all these sort of YouTube dramas, I'm not interested. If you see the life I live, I'm not interested in YouTube, am I? Yeah, I live a totally
I
different.
think. Listen. I think it's a good idea, and I've done this before. Like if I've in the past, if I've gotten into an argument with somebody on panel, whether it was the content creator or one of their guests on panel, I'll go back and I'll listen to that video, and I'll say, Jesus, at the time while I'm up there, I think, I'm right and, you're wrong. And then I go back and listen to myself and I'm like, what a fucking fool I made of myself. You know what I'm saying? You know, uh, I don't know. Sometimes people, they get a little emotional. Like speaking of myself, and a little too emotional. Um, but as long as you're capable of self-reflection, and you can understand that, you know, uh, you'll keep yourself or prohibit yourself from doing that again. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Instead of getting really upset about it, I deal with it. I talk about it.
Yeah,
Okay,
at
and
the end of the day, does it really make sense to get all upset over something ridiculous? I mean, I just don't see the point.
okay, so that's what I said. Instead of getting upset about it, I talk about it and I deal with it. It's done with. Yeah.
And then
The
this
fact
has
is,
happened too. I've been in chat rooms and gotten to arguments with people, but then I've gone on panel with them and actually spoken with them, and everything was squashed. You know what I'm saying? You know, people oftentimes misconstrue what people are trying to express in the comments or through their comments, you know, in the chat room.
My message is, what's your adventures and what adventures are you sharing with the peoples? You're sharing adventures. Mark Kelly shares adventures. I'm asking Ultra what's his adventures are. His adventures are fucking YouTube fucking strikes and fucking dramas. Where's your life?
Well,
okay, so that's where my head's at. So I apologize for interrupting that. Yeah.
No, go right ahead. I mean, anyway, so my Lions, not my Lions, but I was rooting for the Lions to win. They won the game.
Oh, nice. Okay.
It doesn't really matter whether they win, lose, or draw because, like I said, I don't, you know, gamble. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any money on it, so there's no real vested interest.
And the Lions, they're Detroit, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That's MCM's, that's Motor City Maniacs team, yeah? That's brilliant. Okay, so the Lions.
What is it? What is the Lions? NBA, NFL?
NFL. The Detroit Lions is a football team in the NFL.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Your mate that comes into this chat, King Charles III, Mark Kelly, yeah? He came in first mentioning this game that he was watching that, listening to us.
I gotta say this,
Okay.
you know, I've been on panel with you guys from the UK, and to be honest with you, I have, from my experiences, the guys in or from the UK tend to be a little more reasonable than many of the people in America that I've been on panel with, to be quite frank with you.
Well, look, I look at each individual person as you get to know people and what they're about. You know, I can put myself in a political channel and talk sense. I can also go into a drama channel and have a little mix up and a laugh, and I can have a laugh. I can do, you know, you got to be flexible a bit, ain't you, really, on YouTube, because all channels are different.
Yeah, well, for me, when I get into a political conversation, oftentimes I start to get a little too emotional because, you know, I'll express a point that's actually a fact. And the person I'm talking to who disagrees with me politically does not know that is a fact. And they keep throwing this conspiracy theory at me, or they throw the whataboutism at me. And it's just a fucking, it's a nightmare. It's like it ends up like a big knot. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, how I came to YouTube fitness was I started watching. Well, I watched sport and comedy years ago, and then we had the lockdown, and I used to watch a lot of bailiff videos. Then I came across a small bunch of a ragtime group, what was the anti-lockdown movement, and I started getting involved with these guys. And this small little group of a couple of hundred people turned out to be seas of people. Nearly 500,000 people turned out for one of these events. And on the last one, you know, I got to know all the filmers. They put it out there, whether for whatever reason, some obviously done it to make a few quid, and you know, I didn't care about that.
Well, you know, Mark, when you bring up the lockdowns, right now, yes, I'm in the United States, but I'm not going to speak for what happened in any other state, except for New York City is not a state, but I can speak for what happened here in New York City. There was no real lockdown. You could go outside whenever you wanted. What lockdown?
Yeah,
I don't know what it was like
problem,
in the UK. I don't know what it was like in Ireland or any other country or any other state here in America. But here in New York City, there was no real lockdown. You go outside whenever you wanted.
You could have. Yeah, I did. I didn't take much notice of the restrictions, to be quite honest. But it stopped. Hang on, it stopped my kids going to school. it made them a bit depressed.
Oh yeah,
It
sure.
made,
That's yeah.
yeah,
That had
yeah.
to be
And
really
so
hard.
I stood with these people, and and I watched it grow and grow, and it was a great experience, and it was great to be involved with these people because the mainstream media was putting out that a couple of thousand people turned out, and they were putting it out to the world that they were spoiling it for the rest by breaking these restrictions.
Yes,
And
you know,
like I said, it turned into a massive movement, and I was quite proud to be part of it in my small little way. It was, yeah, I was proud to be part of that.
I listen. I totally sympathize with the kids. You know, the schools were shut down. You know, they're losing their ability to socialize, right? But I can tell you
Yeah,
this: anytime when I was a kid going to school, if it snowed and I didn't have to go to school, I grabbed the shovel. Me and my brother went out shoveling snow. If it was me during the lockdowns, if I was school age still during, I would have loved it. I don't
yeah.
have to go to
Do you know
school. I
what?
would have loved this.
I
I
probably
would
would
have
have as
loved it,
well.
man.
But yeah, a lot of kids, it wasn't the case. It was, they go to school, they meet their friends, they go out after school to the parks or wherever, and that wasn't happening. And it was an illegal thing the governments were doing. They were fining people,
Well, what they were
and
telling us, what they were telling us here in New York City, and once again, I can't speak for any other state in America or any other country, but here in New York City, they were saying, listen, you can go outside and safely exercise, you can ride a bike, take a jog, things like that. So what I
yeah,
noticed was that people were pulling bicycles out of the basement that they hadn't ridden in 30 years, taking them to the bike shops, getting them tuned up, getting parts replaced if need be. And, they were going outside, and so was I. I mean,
yeah. But I tell you what, it done here. It created a bit of a Gestapo state where people were watching each other.
oh, yeah,
For
same thing
instance,
here. Same thing here,
yeah,
because if the people like, don't get too close to me. I don't want to, you might give me COVID. I mean,
yeah. Well, not only that, when you were going out, I mean, I remember a particular neighbour across the road, and he said to me, "My God, you go out a lot." So I replied to him, "Well, so must you to see me all the time," which he didn't like because there was restrictions. And also, I brought my kids to Gibraltar because I thought, man, this is not good. They're not happy. So I booked a 7-day trip to Gibraltar. And when I got back, one of the neighbours saw me. I told him where I'd been, and his face was fuming with me because we were under restrictions not to travel unless it was a complete necessary. And I just thought, well, this is necessary. They need to be cheered up. So that's what I done, and these neighbours were fuming. And I
well,
just thought, what is
what,
wrong with you, man?
what I
The
don't get
fuck
is
is
this,
wrong
Mark.
with you?
What I don't get is this, and once again, I'm just speaking for here in New York City. Before, during, and after the pandemic, when I see kids hanging out with each other, they could be waiting at the bus stop for the bus to come. Each of these fucking kids has their nose in their fucking phone. So what's socializing? You're with your friends and you're fucking standing next to each other, text messaging each other. Put the fucking phone down. Put the phone put
Listen,
the phone away. Go play some ball.
fitness. That. Listen, that's not just kids. That's adults now. All
I
adults
know.
do it.
I
You see them in
know.
bars and restaurants, and they've all just sitting around the table looking at their phones.
Do you know how many phones I have knocked out of people's hands walking in the street? If you walk towards me and you're looking at your phone and you're walking right at me, I'm not moving. I walk in
Yeah,
a
yeah.
straight line. Your phone
Do you
fell.
know what
Well,
I do?
it's your fucking
I
problem.
just say, look. What I do is say, look up, and they go, oh, sorry.
The same thing like when I'm riding my bicycle, especially in Manhattan, but not just exclusively Manhattan. People will be standing out in the fucking street where they're not supposed to be, looking at their phone. And I come around that corner and I hit your phone that's sticking out in the fucking way you're holding in your hands with my shoulder. It's your fucking problem, not mine. Pay attention. You're outside. Enjoy it.
Put your fucking phone away, for Christ's sakes. You get on a train in New York City, everybody's looking at their phone. You walk down the street in New York City, everybody's looking at their fucking phone. What the fuck is wrong with people? When I'm at home, I'm looking at my phone constantly. When I'm outside, I'm listening to music, but you don't see me walking down the street looking at my phone. And if I have to, if for whatever reason, I pull over on the side, like almost like as if I'm driving a car. So I'm not in people's way. I'm not walking down the street, not looking and paying attention to what's going on. You like living in New York City. If you're not observant, you're not paying attention. You're gonna have a problem. Somebody's gonna fuck you up.
Gentlemen, can I make a rude interruption? We have a guest in the background, Mark Kelly. It says not the unexpected one, but the excluded one. His first title that I know him as is Henry Crinkle. Would you like to speak with Henry?
No. You, Steve. Listen, I'm going to jump off anyway. I don't really, because he goes around telling lies about me. So, and he twists things. So, at the end of the day, I'm not walking away from him. I was going to jump off anyway, Steve, because I've got to make an important call. So, you bring him up, Steve. I'm going to leave, and not because of him. I was going to leave anyway because I've got to make a call, but I don't really want to talk to the guy, to be quite honest, because he keeps saying things. I wasn't that bothered about the channel going because of the prick, but at the end of the day, he keeps saying things like, well, yeah, Mark don't care. It's only a YouTube channel. It never cost him nothing. Well, actually, because I was paying for StreamYards, it cost me around about just under 400 quid. So he's lying about that. He lies about I wouldn't let him put his chart up or whatever. I wasn't even on the panel. So that's what he was putting around. So bring him up, Steve. Listen, someone's at the door. I'll speak to you soon. Take care, guys.
All right, so long, Mark. Nice talking to you, Mark. Nice meeting you.
Mark Kelly, much respects. Mark Kelly. Well, next time Mark Kelly wants to give us an exclusive on this ongoing thing with himself and Henry, because I know that he's given Henry benefit of doubt. I got respect for Henry. I got respect for Mark.
Listen, Steve. I have my phone plugged in right now.
I'm not one. So I'm not one that wants to create an upset. So, I gave Mark the knowledge that there was somebody there that possibly wanted to communicate with him. So, like out of respects. Yeah.
Yes. Listen, Steve. I have my phone charging right now. I'm going to run in the kitchen and go make myself a cup of coffee. So I'm going to be absent for the next, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 minutes. All right. I'll stay. I'm going to keep my phone on. I'm going to stay on the panel. I just won't be talking. I'm going to be, because if I go in the kitchen, I'm too far away from the Wi-Fi. I'll lose a signal. Okay. So I'll be back in 3, 4, 5 minutes. All right.
So I know what you're saying. My phone's on charge at the moment. If I need to get up to go for a pee, I'd be leaving my phone behind as well.
Yeah. The thing about my phone is that the speakers on my phone, I guess there's dust or dirt in there, and they don't work well. And so when I'm on panel, when the battery's fully charged, I have my headphones on. But with my phone, the headphone where you put the headphone jack into is also the charging port. So I can't do both. I can't charge and have the headphones on at the same time. So let me go make my cup of coffee. I'll be back in 3, 4, 5 minutes. All right.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Ciao.
Enjoy. Ciao. Thank you. Hey, Yasmin. Good evening, my dear. I'm not sure if many people are aware of my title change, but yeah, we'll see. Nice to have you here, Jasmine, my dear. Happy Sunday night. Yeah, you're like 11:30 where you're at. I got 12:30. We've got Fitness After 60 from New York, Manhattan. He on panel. He just making himself a cup of coffee. We've had Mark Caddy over in England. I think the London areas. He was up on panel for a while. Good discussions. We've had a little bit of a play around with Ultra. He's been up on panel, and yeah, we're having a good evening. We're having a good yeah, very good. Nothing out of control yet. We've had people's in the chat. Vandal the Land been keeping us busy with his text. Jamie Sawyer. Ultra's gotten involved. Ultra's had a timeout, by the way. He said something about calling somebody a chomo. Now you need to be respecting our guests, my guests. Yeah, you need to be paying attention to what I said. I may be the manager of this channel, but like the team players, are the people in the chat, the people that come up on the panel to might make me a captain, and then like the puppet people are up on the panel, and the people in the chat, they're the backbone of this channel. The subscribers, they're the subs, they're the ones that's coming in at any time, and happy days. So sometimes we need to respect like who's compatible with who when on panel. As a host, as to maintain the calmness that I like and the flow that I like, there's certain characteristics that are not compatible with others. And having the exploring adventures that I've had on YouTube, knowing that some people might clash with other people just because of different personalities, individualities. So for me, this is where it gets frustrating when I need to manage that. When I need to manage that, I need that to be okay, rather than people getting malicious and spiteful and it becoming a competition. Understanding, I pays attention to who I interact with, and so when I interact with people's, I know you. I learn who you are. And I learn where you're going, and I learn who you're good for. Like I've always said, my female friends, I don't see them for my pleasures. I see them for my sons and my grandsons of possible futures. I see them potential for my friends, people that I know. I don't see the look for people for the happy days. Yeah, life's the same on YouTube. I recognize when talking with Fitness on other chats where we met, I recognize he's got things in common that he would greatly get off his chest and be able to share like he likes sharing in his manner with people that I communicate with. And he appreciates those opportunities. And I encourage, and I'll protect as much as possible because that's what I'm responsible for. I don't want him getting upset and being isolated, like somebody insinuated earlier on in chat. What happens when Steve? I ain't gonna fucking nobody off. People fucks off by their own accord, and they comes back by their own accord. Yeah. If I've had to block people, it's because they're too cowardly. Yeah, and they're not good for the message that I'm sharing. So that's what I do. Protect. I'm not on the attack. I don't go out for the attack, but I won't be cornered, and I won't be bullied, and I won't be manipulated. Welcome back in, Darren Ward, Darren World. Welcome back in, Darren World. How's the West Cart? How's the Manway today? Welcome back, Fitness. Did you bring your cookies and your donuts, Fitness?
Oh, hold on a second. I've just brought my coffee. Let me plug my headphones in. Just give me a second, please.
Right there.
Okay, I'm back.
Did you bring your
I heard you say
biscuit?
my what?
Did you bring your biscuits or your donuts? Like, what do you prefer with you?
Neither.
Okay.
I would actually prefer neither of the two. If I was going to have anything, it would be a muffin, which I
A
don't
muffin?
have often. Yeah. What I do, Steve, is I have a cup of coffee with a couple of teaspoons of all natural peanut butter mixed into it. That's my pre-workout drink.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
I remember saying that before. Yeah, I've not tried that yet. I've tried egg with coffee. It's an Italian recipe. Yeah, they mix the sugar with the egg, and then they add it to the coffee. Have you had that?
no, I haven't. But I'll tell you what. I read somewhere when you mix peanut butter into coffee, that you don't feel the effects as soon as if you just have like a regular cup of coffee. But the effects of the caffeine last a little longer because of the peanut butter. Something in the peanut butter. I don't know if it's the protein or the fats or whatever it is. So
Yeah.
like I don't take any of these powder I'm sorry, these powder pre-workout stuff. And I don't drink Red Bull or any of those energy drinks. If I need a little energy before a workout, I do two things. I have a cup of coffee and I smoke a little sativa. That's it.
Right, yeah. Okay, fair enough. It's funny you say that, yeah, because like in like in my time like being homeless, like coffee goes quite normal in like many lifestyles, yeah. So like and the peanut butter, that's always been one of my favorites for like I like peanuts and I like peanut butter. So like carrying a jar of peanut butter and a packet of cookies quite normal for me when I go rucksacking. And
Well, yeah, Steve, I've only really been drinking coffee for a couple of years now.
but check
Prior
this
to
out.
that,
Yeah. When I was living in Murcia, when I first came to Spain, the Spanish fella that I was working with, he bring me to the bars, yeah, and he showed me this Spanish coffee, and it's condensed milk with an espresso sized coffee, yeah, and then they add the same amount of rum or whiskey or brandy or vodka, yeah, or anise, yeah, like ouzo or snaps or something. Yeah, and that sounds exactly the same as what you said about the peanut butter with coffee. It prolongs the alcohol, it prolongs the caffeine, but you
yes.
don't get the instant that you'd get from an espresso.
Well, you see, the thing is with coffee, right? I don't drink black coffee. I like my coffee with a little bit of milk or cream. Now, when you drink black coffee, you'll feel the effects of the caffeine much faster than if you drink coffee with a little bit of milk or even worse, peanut butter, because now that has to go through your digestive system before you feel it. Thing is, though, is yes, it takes longer to kick in, but the effects of the caffeine last longer. So,
Yes, yes.
so
And that's what
look,
mostly, yeah. And now adding that with like a donut sized muffin or cake or something that size of like something sweet, yeah, and not much sweeter, but like that would is sufficient for a 6 hour work in the summer environments in Spain. That's what I've learned.
yeah, but the thing is, like I said before, I started drinking coffee on a regular basis a couple of years ago. Prior to that, I'd have maybe one or two cups per year. Right? It wasn't until I read, a suggestion that coffee can be, caffeine can be a good not energizer. You don't get energy from caffeine. It makes you alert, right?
Hmm.
Most people think it
Yeah,
gives you energy. Food gives you energy. Rest,
no,
sleep gives you
yeah,
energy. Not
yeah,
caffeine. Caffeine makes you
it,
alert.
that's right.
But
That's
I
right.
was reading that and I was like, oh, let me try, a cup of coffee as a pre-workout drink. Let's see how it worked. And it worked. Now it's gotten to the point where if I don't have a cup of coffee before my workout, it can psych me out. Like, oh, I'm gonna have a bad workout. I don't have the coffee. You know what I'm saying? So it's a kind of a double-edged sword. You know what I mean? So anyway,
For myself, I've met many military folk, and they said in survival, you know, like dark chocolate, coffee, peanut butter. These are survival foods, you know, like fatty foods, you know, like eggs, and these are the foods that you want to be seeking when you're going on these adventures where you need to focus.
yeah. Well, if I want quick energy before a
But
workout, I'll
isn't
eat a couple of bananas.
But isn't it funny? Yeah, like for that coffee, for example, yeah, it's a prime example of like coffee and the caffeine for alertness, yeah, the sugars for energy, and the fats to like hold it all together and slow release everything. Yeah.
Right, exactly. It's like you got that's it perfectly. It's slow release. It's like a time release. I guess.
But for me, understanding the science of such a simple concoction. I mean, when you spread out to every meal, like you'll understand the science, the meals, and the meal systems of what our cultures have grown with. For where like the system of today, the social experiment of mass-produced and lazy man food. Like it takes away the work ethics, it takes away the morals and the consciousness of food.
Yeah,
I mean,
I laugh at my girlfriend because, like, she's got to have a cup of coffee in the morning, like many people. So she'll make the cup of coffee and she'll be like halfway through it, and I'll say, "So you feel awake now?" And she's like, "Yeah, now I'm wide awake." And I'm like, "But you just started drinking that cup of coffee 5 minutes ago. There's no way the caffeine is hitting you already. It's in your head." If you, like I said, if you drink coffee with milk or cream, it'll take the average person, depending on their metabolism. If you got a fast metabolism, a little less time. If you slow metabolism, a little more time. But about 45 minutes before you actually feel the caffeine effects. If you drink it black, it'll be about 30 minutes. Once again, depending on your metabolism, right? But many people think, like they make the cup of coffee in the morning, and as soon as they take a couple of sips, yeah, now I'm awake. It doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? So, anyway.
Let me say good evening to Mr. E. Yeah, he one of my favorites on YouTube. Yeah, Mr. E, Orbeck's host. Yeah, he goes out exploring abandoned buildings. I bet he drinks a lot of coffee in order to have the focus that he's got. I bet he does.
I've not had any interaction with Mr. E. Yasmin Wool is in the chat room. Hello, Yasmin.
Yeah, Yasmin Wu's another cool one. You know Yasmin Wu?
Well, I haven't spoken with her, but I met her actually in this chat room. I don't know. I want to say a week, 10 days ago, something like that.
No. I've met Jasmine Wu in a couple of American chats. That's where I know Yasmin from.
Yeah, well, Steve, your panel is the only panel I've been on now. Jeez. No, wait a minute. I was on one other panel within the past week a couple of times. And the other panel, like same as here to this evening. It's evening here in New York City, anyways. Where you are, it's probably what 2 o'clock in the morning, 2:41 in the morning.
20 to 1. 20 to 1.
Okay, I had good conversations. That's
Yeah. Yeah,
that's what that's
Vandal likes peanut butter as well.
a what? Oh, peanut butter.
Vandal
Yes, yeah. See, he mentioned powdered peanut butter. I never tried powdered peanut butter.
I've never heard of powdered peanut butter either. What's that? Just like ground peanuts?
I have no idea. I never tried it. I won't touch peanut butter unless it's all natural. If it doesn't have the oil at the top of the jar and you got to mix it up. I won't eat that regular like Skippy. They sell Skippy peanut butter here in America. I won't
No
touch
good
that stuff.
palm oil. That's
I
all
wouldn't touch.
palm oil. Fuck that. Stay away from that palm oil. Here in Spain, there's a lot of Coca-Cola products, and it's all got that palm oil. It's absolutely disgusting.
What are you talking about? The oil and peanut butter?
They use a lot of palm oil in peanut butter, They use palm oil in a lot of other products. Yeah, it's a very signature taste. Yeah,
Right, but
and
they don't put palm oil in natural peanut butter, do they?
listen to what I said. Yeah, right. You've got natural peanut butter. Yeah, but a lot of the commercial peanut butters, the
Right.
Coca-Cola,
Okay. Yeah.
the Coca-Cola foods, they put palm oil into. Yeah. And the mainstream shops, they sell a lot of the Coca-Cola products. Yeah, there's a big food company. Yeah, not just Coca-Cola drinks. Yeah, they own a lot of food companies. Yeah, and they have control over what food goes to what countries. Understanding? Yeah, and these different foods have different ingredients. And this is one thing that I'm sharing with you right here, right now. A lot of the commercial Coca-Cola peanut butters have got palm oil added. Yeah. So yeah, when you're looking at ingredients, yeah, and you see that it is 100% peanuts, no salt, no added oils, yeah, it is just 100% peanut, you know you're getting 100% peanut butter. That's what
Let
you're
me
getting.
grab my jar of peanut butter and see what the ingredients are.
Yeah. There should be one ingredient, peanut. That should be the only ingredient.
Let's see.
When you buy a cabbage, it's cabbage.
Okay, it says contains 1% or less of salt. Uh, that's all it says. It's all
Yeah.
natural. It's Smucker's all natural peanut butter,
Yeah.
creamy peanut butter.
Read around it. Keep reading around it. Keep checking because it might say in a different palm oil.
That's all it has listed as the ingredients. That's odd.
Yeah.
Just 1% or less of salt.
Yeah.
Smucker's company. That's all it says for listing of the ingredients.
And 99.9% chance you've got 100. Well, apart from that, less than 1% salt. Yeah, like happy days. Yeah, you got a good peanut butter from the sound of things.
Yeah, well, I won't eat that commercial crap. Screw that.
I try not to, but it's difficult when you want peanut butter, and the only peanut butter that's available is that fucking Coca-Cola shit. You get me? Yeah, you're buying the peanut butter. You're buying it. Yeah. So
Yeah,
you're
well,
not,
you're off grid, so it's a whole different animal, so to speak.
you get me? Yeah.
Yeah. You could go to Resupply and want to get all natural peanut butter, but they don't have any. They're out of stock, right? So you get the next best thing, right? So you don't have the options necessarily of going to another grocery store,
would
right?
be peanuts. Which technically would be peanuts. The next best thing would be peanuts.
Oh,
Yeah?
I think peanuts would actually be superior.
Yeah,
right?
I think so. Yeah.
But unfortunately, you can't mix peanuts into coffee. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Well, you have to put them through a fucking food blender first.
when I would use peanuts would be like if I'm on a ride, a long distance bike ride, and I'm a little hungry, I don't have time to sit down and eat. I'll grab a couple of bananas. I'll grab a pack of peanuts, and I might even grab a little small container of chocolate milk. And that's something that I can eat that'll give me quick energy and it won't fill my stomach up. I won't be so bloated that I can't ride anymore. You know what I mean? So.
Okay. So Vandal the Land is saying that it's dehydrated peanut butter. It's the peanut powder. The peanut butter powder is dehydrated.
Yeah, dehydrated isn't so bad, I guess. I mean, like I would imagine, Steve, at some point, living off grid, you have eaten some dehydrated foods, no?
What, like noodles? Yeah.
All kinds of different. It could be vegetables, meats, rice, whatever. Dehydrated. The only problem, I've looked into dehydrated food. The only problem with like the prepackaged meals is they're not very high in calories, right?
Yeah.
So like when you're walking the Appalachian Trail, I'm going to be burning 6, 7, 8,000 calories a day. So I'd have to eat like 10 of those freaking meals, and I'd still only be getting like 5,000 calories. You know what I mean? And they're pretty expensive. They're not cheap.
exactly, exactly. Yeah, that's what that's the science I understood living in the city. You know, like I could eat fucking 10, 20 of those meals. I never did, but I could because they're so tiny. You get me? Yeah, it was like
Yeah, but
embarrassment.
here's the thing: is that okay, so the dehydrated meals, right? Like if you're walking the Appalachian Trail, on one hand, they make sense because they're very light. But wait a minute. On the other hand, you either have to carry water to make those meals, or you've got to find a fresh source of water. So it's okay if you can find a fresh source of water, you're good. But if you've got to carry water to make those meals, what's the point? Water's heavy.
Ex-
A gallon of
yeah.
water is 8 pounds for crying out loud. You know what I'm saying?
Well, in the survivalists, they says consume the water, don't carry it. Yeah, restock it water. That's your mission. Yeah, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't wear. Yeah, so you make use of where there's water. You make use of it, and
It-
you fill up on water, and that's how you go by.
yeah, but
Yeah, yeah, you
the
drink
problem
enough.
is, especially like in the summer, right? There are various spots on the trail where you can pick up water, and you got to filter it. But if it's
You think you drink
summertime, it's if it's
the water?
summertime, if it's summertime and that stream that they're telling you is there that you can get water from and you filter it, if there's a drought, there's no water in that stream.
Okay, but
If there's not been much rain, so now what do you do? Now you got to
okay, but
look for a spring underground. You got to look for a
okay,
dip in the ground and start digging.
okay, but think about carrying water in your rucksack. Yeah, you're wasting energy for one, and look at
Yep.
and then look at the chances of bacteria and viruses forming in that water, changing
Yep.
temperature,
Exactly.
changing,
Especially if,
changing,
especially
changing temperatures. Okay,
especially
so
yeah, in a heated
because
environment. Yes, and also
you're
with
thinking,
water
because you're
when you're
thinking, yeah, because you think like people do without the mental programming, without the experiences. Yeah, you think I'll carry water for 2 or 3 days because I'm going on a trail. Yeah, for 2 or 3 days, you're carrying that water. Yeah, up against the changes of temperatures, you're definitely gonna get sick.
Yep. And the other thing, like I know you're not in a freezing environment, but let's say like you're carrying water and it's 25 degrees out. That water is going to freeze in your backpack. I'll teach you a trick. You probably already know this. So let's say you're in a freezing environment, right? And you pitch your tent and you've got, your bottles of water or your container of water. What you want to do is flip the bottles or the container upside down. And the reason why is because water freezes from the top down. So if you flip the bottle upside down and it doesn't fully freeze, when you turn it right side up and take the cap off, there's still some water to be able to pour out of there. Does that make you
Yeah,
understand what I'm saying? You follow what I'm saying? Most people wouldn't think of that, right?
yeah,
They would keep the bottles upright. They would wake up in the morning and 3/4 of the bottle is frozen, the top 3/4, and the water that's not frozen is at the bottom. They can't get it out because the ice is blocking it, right?
I would not have known about that because I've never lived in those sort of conditions where my water would be freezing. Yeah, that's useful. That's useful knowing. I like that. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, it's you never know. You might experience some maybe not where you are now, but you never know. You may move and experience a situation where you're in below freezing temperatures. So you'll
You
remember
protect
that. You'll remember that. I know you will. I get because you're an off grid guy. You'll remember that.
yeah.
So yeah,
More
but
than anything.
most people wouldn't think of that, right? But if you
More
think
than
about it,
anything.
it's really just common sense.
Yeah, more than anything, I appreciate that. That's why I'll remember that.
You know, a lot of overcoming the obstacles that I'll be encountering when I'm on the Appalachian Trail will boil down to common sense. Not all of it, but a lot of it,
Yeah.
right? So you know what I'm talking about, Steve. When you're out there off grid, uh, you encounter a situation where something breaks. You got to figure out a way to fix it. It doesn't have to be pretty. It doesn't have to look perfect as long as it works, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Here. Have you ever explored with like psychedelics, like the mushrooms?
Many, many years ago, I'll tell you what, funny you mentioned that because I went to this chick's house and I bought a quarter ounce of mushrooms, right? So I ate some and I didn't feel anything. So I'm like, I'm hanging out with her in her house, and I'm like, well, I don't feel anything. You sure this stuff is good? She goes, yeah, you got to wait a little longer. I was like, screw it. I ate the whole fucking quarter ounce, and I left. And I was waiting for the bus, right? About 30 minutes later, I'm standing there waiting for the bus, and the fucking quarter ounce of mushrooms kicked in. And had my back against the wall, waiting for the bus. I couldn't fucking move. The bus came, the door opened. I couldn't move. I couldn't get off the fucking wall.
Yeah.
I've also taken a few times the paper tabs of acid. What I used to take on a regular basis when I was many, many decades ago when I was young was mescaline. The little tiny, they look like saccharin pills, but they're colored. You know what saccharin is, but they used to put that in coffee many years ago. These little tiny pills. It's basically, you trip on it. You know, it's really cool. I'll tell you what I did one time with a couple of friends. We went into the woods. We each had 5 hits of mescaline, and it was during the peak when the leaves were changing colors. Oh, what a fucking day that was! What a hike! You know, when you're high on that stuff, it gives you energy, and the colors of the leaves. It was fucking great, man. I fucking love that shit. That was fucking.
That's what I was told with mescaline. It's an enhancer, like a bit like Liberty Cap, psilocybin, a bit like mild LSD. Like it's more, it's like euphorical rather than speedy.
Listen to this. One day I went to visit a friend. This is many, many decades ago when I was a young guy who was in the hospital. So I go to visit him and he's like, do me a favor, stand by the door. This fucking guy is smoking a cigarette out of the fucking window in the hospital. So he goes, here, take these. I said, what? He opens his hands. It's a couple of double barrel hits of mescaline. They're like the pills, instead of being tiny, they're twice the size. So this guy was fucking dealing mescaline from his hospital bed. I swear to God. Anyway, so I take the 2 hits. The next day, I was starting a new job, loading trucks, right? So now I take these 2 hits and I'm fucking blitzed. And I come across, there's 4 kids, they're playing two-hand touch football, right? So I walk over and it's like, hey, let me be the official quarterback, because you guys only have 4 guys. You need 5. You need 3 or 5. So I'm the official quarterback, and I'm throwing the ball and I'm running all over the place. The next day it comes, I got to go to the job. I'm fucking so sore. I had put so much out with my body because that mescaline gave me energy. I'll never forget that. I went in. They got to train you when you to load the trucks. My fucking body was aching like you won't believe. Anyway, yeah, but I don't think it's mescaline is. I don't even know if you can even get that stuff anymore. To be quite frank with you, even if I could, I don't think I'd take it. I did it. I've been there. I've done that.
Yeah.
No, I just stick with my weed. I have indulged in edibles. Not long ago, I bought a couple of bags of sativa, not gummies. They were like taffy chews, and I figured I could use those before my workout as opposed to smoking. The problem is that they worked, but the problem is after I took a gummy 2 or 3 days in a row, now I need 2 gummies to get the same effect, and then it was 3 gummies. So I went off of the edibles for now anyway, and I went back to just smoking it because, when you smoke, you're always going to get that effect, right? And it happens quick. And the thing about smoking is, like young people, a lot of young people, like they waste their weed. You can only get so high when you smoke weed. You're not going to get any higher. They think they're going to get higher. No, it doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? So, like before my workout, I'll pack a bowl. I'll take 3, maybe 4 hits, and then I go do my workout. You know what I mean? And then when I'm done, I'll go make some food, and that's it. I don't smoke anywhere near as much as I used to. I used to smoke every day, all day long. Now I pretty much most days only smoke right before my workout. So, and that's a little, it's become like psychological now. Like if I don't smoke a bowl before my workout, it's like, oh, I'm not going to have a good workout. That's not necessary. I got to get out of that habit. So,
When you take to the trail, but when you take to the Appalachian trails, yeah, is it possible, like if you were confronted, would you indulge in the psychedelics on such in such an environment?
uh, I would have to be with people that I knew and trusted. Uh, other than no, I wouldn't. I'm not gonna run into people out in the Appalachian Trail that I know and that I trust. You know what I'm saying? So
But
no,
hang,
no.
but hang on a minute, yeah. Would you like if somebody was walking past you, for example, or you sat with somebody for like an hour and like you exchanged words, you were going at different crossroads, like one was going back the way you were coming from, yeah, in that situation, and somebody said, "Hey, man, I got a pocket full of this, yeah." Like, would you like one or two of these bits and pieces?
I,
Would,
I
would
I
you
would
like?
I would say no, and I'm going to tell you one of the reasons why is
So you don't
I don't know who that person is. How the hell do I know
yeah,
what's in that fucking pill?
so you
You know
don't
what I'm saying?
so
I don't
you
know
don't
what's in there.
So you don't consume things on your own then. You consume things around people's. Yeah.
No. Well, yes and no. But the thing is that the source of where I would get my drugs would be from somebody that I knew and trusted. I'm not just going to take drugs from somebody that I don't even know. I mean, not that they would have put something in the drug, but maybe whoever they got it from put something harmful in that fucking drug. I don't know. You know,
Mm,
it's like if you were sitting at a bar, okay, and you met some hot chick, right? Would you leave your drink on that bar and go to the bathroom and then drink it when you came out? I wouldn't. She or somebody else might have dropped something in the fucking drink. That's just
mm,
how I handle things. I'm not saying you should. That's how I say things. So if I don't go into bars and I don't drink, but if I did, what I would do is I would finish my drink, go to the bathroom, and then get a fresh drink when I come back from the bathroom. I'm not leaving my fucking drink my beer on the fucking bar and then coming back and drinking it. If I left it unattended, no way.
mm.
So
Yeah, fair enough.
now, if I met, I don't know, a bunch of hippies, let's say, in the woods, I might if I hung out with them for a while, I might indulge in something they gave me. I might. But if I just met some random person, a random group of people, nah, not me. No, uh-uh, no. You know, especially nowadays, virtually, like if I don't take pain pills, but you know, I know that most of these, if not all of these pain pills you get in the streets, they're laced with freaking fentanyl,
Mm,
right? You know, no, no, no way. You know, the drugs back 40 years ago, 50 years ago, well, I shouldn't say 50, I'm not that old, but 40 years ago, I think they were a little cleaner than they are today. And
yeah.
there wasn't as many different kinds. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
mate. Yeah, mate. The same capitalism greed wasn't there. Did you get me? Yeah. People that were doing these things, they had to have purities and qualities for like that one reason. Yeah. They weren't there to kill peoples. You get me? Yeah, they were enhancers, they were encouragers. What we got now is people that are just making anything together, just fucking make dollars.
Yep,
Yeah, bit of everything. To,
that's right.
like, yeah,
Even the weed, you know, like this medical
yeah,
marijuana, right? I would prefer to smoke the old Colombian Gold I would get back in the 70s or the chocolate Thai stick.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? As opposed to this medical marijuana. And don't get me wrong, I like the medical marijuana. It's strong and it does what it's supposed to do. The sativas work. But I would still prefer the old Colombian Gold and the chocolate Thai.
For
And the Panama Red. You remember Panama Red? You ever smoked
mm,
that back in the 70s? Oh, that was good stuff. Oh, yeah. Maui Wowie. I think you could
wait,
still get Maui Wowie.
wait, don't be a divvy bollocks. I was born in the 70s.
Yeah, I was born in 1960.
Right, so there you
Oh,
go then.
I'm a little bit older than you.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Exactly. So I wasn't smoking when when you started. Those legendary things that you've just rolled off, like I've never smoked them. I've only heard about them on like Cheech and Chong.
Oh, so let me tell you, Steve, back when I started smoking weed when I was 16, and one of the spots I used to get it from, you used to go into this apartment building, and there was some Jamaican, a Rastafarian. And you know the peepholes in the apartment doors? There was no peephole. That little lens was taken out of there. And you would pass in either $3 and to get what he called a tray bag, or $5 and get a nickel bag. And back then, they didn't package it in a little plastic bag. It came in a little manila envelope. I shit you not. And for $3, I used to get like 10 joints back then. Oh shit. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. I've only ever come across one of those doorways. Yeah, and that was here in Spain. Like normally, it's like people, like they invite you in, or like it's public places. And yeah, happy days.
Yeah,
I've
well,
never done.
in Brooklyn back then, there were a lot of spots where, especially in the Italian neighborhoods, the mobbed up neighborhoods, where you would go to like the schoolyard from like say maybe 3 o'clock in the afternoon till 9 o'clock at night, whatever their hours were, and they would be like in the back section of the schoolyard, and you'd go over there and you'd buy. Usually, it was dime bags, and they'd have them wrapped up in aluminum foil. You know what I mean? Anyway, now it's a whole different world. Now, here in New York City, it's legal. Marijuana is recreational legal. And for now, at least for now, the way it stands, anywhere outside that you can smoke a cigarette legally, you can smoke weed legally. So you can literally walk down the street smoking a joint. Now, you can't smoke a joint if you're waiting for the mass transit bus, because technically you're not allowed to smoke a cigarette in those spots. You can't smoke at the beach anymore, cigarettes, so you can't smoke weed at the beach. You know what I'm saying? But that'll change. Trust me. They're not going to allow that indefinitely. The other thing, I know people don't believe this, but trust me, I'm telling you the truth. Right now, as it stands in New York City, you are legally allowed to ride your bicycle intoxicated. So I do it, and I do this. I'll roll down the street smoking a joint sometimes. Cops can't do anything to you. Now, that'll change too. One day they'll make it illegal. I don't think it'll be too long into the future. So,
You know what, right? They've just banned smoking on the beach in Spain about 2 years ago, yeah? Yeah.
I think that's probably, I don't have any issues with that. I mean, what do people do if they smoke a cigarette on the beach? Do they put it out in an ashtray? No, they put it in the fucking sand. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Yeah.
So.
And here in Spain, yeah, they sit at the beach for fucking weeks on end. Yeah, every day their umbrellas are left there when they go home. Back to their apartment, and then they come back out in the morning. They put their umbrellas up, and they're there for the whole day. So, like, you imagine freaking like somebody who smokes fucking 60 cigarettes a day, and just putting that to the beach.
Yeah, well, what I like was actually I don't like. What drives me nuts is like these people who they're outside and somebody is smoking a cigarette, and they get pissed off and they start complaining. Like, what are you fucking kidding me? You don't like. Okay, so move away from the guy that's smoking a cigarette. Move upwind from the guy. You're outside. For Christ's sakes, you're breathing in fucking carbon monoxide from the fucking cars. What are you crying about? Stop, please.
I like that. I like that law that you can walk down the road or cycle your bicycle smoking a spliff. I like that because
It's cool. It's cool. I don't do it often because you're gonna burn the joint out faster because you're moving into the wind, right?
But walking depends. Sometimes, yeah, when it's really windy, you can lose a joint very quickly. You get me, yeah? But other times, not. Other times, it's just like smoking, sitting down. But I like doing things and being stoned. You get me, yeah?
Yeah, I like to do like menial tasks when I'm stoned, right? It kind of makes it interesting. Like for me, exercise is a menial task. it's almost like sweeping the floor. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
like I've been exercising so many decades that it's like I can kind of just go on autopilot as if like I was sweeping or mopping the floor. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of puts me in the zone or in the groove, and I rock and roll. That's it. So many people who don't smoke marijuana don't because it makes them paranoid, right? Drugs affect people differently. I'm not one of those people. You know what I used to do back in the day? Like whenever I started a new job, I would always, even the interview, I would walk in there stoned. And why would I do that? Because if I didn't walk into the interview or the job on the first day stoned, then when I do, they're going to see I look different. You know what I mean? So that's how I approach it.
Yeah. You
Anyway,
know what? Back in Ireland, I got arrested more times when I was not stoned. Yeah, when I wasn't smoking weed because I didn't have any weed, and yeah, I got more attention because I wasn't stoned than when I was stoned, smoking big joints, walking around. Yeah, it's something about my eyes. Yeah, this is your eyes. This is you look high. I says, fuck that, man. How can I be high when I haven't smoked anything today or yesterday?
yeah. Well, I remember back then I used to buy those little bottles of Visine. Remember I don't know if you have it over there. It's like Visine is just like it's like fluid in a little bottle, so that when your eyes would get bloodshot from smoking weed, you put a couple of drops in each eye, and the redness in your eyes goes away. I don't get that anymore. I don't get the redness in my eyes. I guess my body's built up a tolerance. I don't know. Anyway, the other thing I used to do, I still do on occasion. Like if I got to meet somebody and I don't want to smell like marijuana, but I want to smoke before I go meet them, I'll smoke. I'll stop and I'll walk my bike, but I'll make sure that the wind is coming from my back. You understand? So that the smoke is not going on my clothing. It's going away from me. So now I can smoke my joint or my bowl, stick a breath mint in my mouth, and I'm good to go. So little common sense things like that. Like if you smoke and the wind's coming into you, your clothes are going to smell like smoke, right? So anyway.
I like that. I like that. I like smelling of smoke.
Yeah, well, in certain situations, it's not good to smell like smoke. So anyway. So how's the weather over there? Did it stop raining now?
Yeah, man. Yeah, today's been a nice kind of overcasted day. A good day for walking around. Not much sunshine. So yeah, it's been a good day for walking around.
Hey, I got to tell you, I mentioned it in the comment section, but that second to last video that you posted where they were playing the music, the Spanish music, that sounded really nice. I don't understand the words, but I like that. That music was flowing. I liked it.
It was beautiful. Yeah, I haven't heard the video that I made, so I don't know the sound quality. But yeah,
I saw you sitting there, and the dogs were like laying there right next to you, and they seemed to be just maxing and relaxing.
yeah.
You know what I also noticed? I think it was the last video you posted. You were underneath the bridge, and it was really beautiful. I guess you were by a river, and then as your camera panned, as you turned around to walk away, I saw a fucking shitload of graffiti under the bridge.
Yeah.
I thought graffiti was mostly just in New York City. I didn't expect to see that there.
Oh, mate, there's graffiti everywhere. Yeah, I'll show you in the middle of wilderness. There's fucking graffiti. In the middle of nowhere. Yeah, by the beach. There's fucking everywhere. There's graffiti.
You know what we
I'm
used to do? When I was a teenager, I had a friend whose father worked for the trains here in the city, the mass transit system, and he got a key that opens the train doors, right? So what we used to do, I used to be a graffiti artist when I was a teenager. We used to bomb the outside of the trains with cans of spray paint, And then during the rush hour, we would stand and watch the trains go by to see if we saw the piece that we put up. But if it was raining, we would take the key. They used to lay the trains up. They used to park them on the express tracks during the weekends when the trains don't run express. And we would go up there late at night, open the fucking car door, get on there and take these big fat magic markers. They were called unis. If it was raining out, we would bomb the inside of the train. You know what I mean? Yeah, I was big into graffiti for probably 2 years when I was a teenager. Anyway, now the trains they're like stainless steel, and you can't really the spray paint just won't stick to them, it won't adhere. So I guess that's a good thing. I don't know. I used to enjoy that, like getting on a train car when I was a teenager, and like say I was going to the city, and the whole inside of the car was just blasted with graffiti. It gives you something to look at. You know what I mean? I don't know. Some of it can be considered artwork, right? Some of these graffiti artists, or at least back then, they were really actually artists. I wasn't one of them. I wasn't. My work wasn't outstanding, for lack of a better word. Anyway, well, listen, Steve, I'm going to get off this panel here. I'm starting to feel the effects of the caffeine. I'm going to smoke myself a bowl and then get to doing my training session. And see, I don't work out. I train. When people say, well, "What are you training for?" I'm training for life. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I'm gonna get hopping here and get my training session done, and finish doing whatever I got to do here around the house. Get ready
Yeah.
for my clients tomorrow morning.
Okay, nice one.
And
You be
listen,
good.
yes, I will. Thank you very much for having me on panel, and you enjoy your night. And everybody in the chat room, I haven't been looking at the messages, but whoever's in there, you go have a good night. And I enjoyed the conversation, Stephen. You know, I'll come back on panel sometime if you'd like.
Fitness, you're always welcome, brother. Yeah, and happy days. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. No, you're welcome. Yeah, you are.
All righty. Have a good night now, okay?
Very good chatting with you. Very, very good. Very educational.
Likewise. All right, ciao.
Yeah. Nice one, brother. Ciao now. Oh, that was proper beautiful. And with that, thank you, Vandal Land, Yasmin Wu, Jamie Sawyer, D1, King Charles III, Mr. E, DJ Aki, MupTube News Reporter,
Hmm.